Mr. Papatle, and we will be coordinating the program for today.
Thank you, Ms. Khwadi. My name is Papatle. She has reiterated. Welcome. I would just like to request our guests to please come join us on the podium, the stage, so that we can officially commence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so to make us feel, before we go there, I think everybody here knows the ins and outs of the building, where to go for the restrooms and everything, emergency exits. We fine with that? Okay, that's fine. So without any waste of time, I'd like to call to the stage Dr. Tlakudi to come and welcome us and everyone that's here. Thank you.
Thank you, program directors, for the opportunity. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here on behalf of the Executive Dean, Dr. Moses Longwane, who was supposed to give us the opening address, but because of other engagements in Prota University, he could not be with us today he has requested me to perform this short task. I'm privileged to take this opportunity to convey my humble appreciation of the honor extended to me by the University of South Africa to welcome you to this important assembly of the College of Accounting Sciences. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the first of its own CARES Student Academic Integrity Awareness Workshop at this august institution. The University of South Africa, commonly known as UNISA. UNISA was founded in 1873 as the University of the Cape of Good Hope and spent most of its early history as an examining body for Oxford and Cambridge universities, and as an incubator from which most other universities in South Africa are descended. There is no doubt that UNISA is the university of the land and the mother of all universities in South Africa. As Unisans, we are inspired by our vision to become the African university shaping futures in the service of humanity. This vision drives us to find solutions to Africa's educational and developmental problems. A university that contributes to a democracy which truly puts people in power, our generation of knowledge that enables informed decision-making and contributes to social justice, equality, and sustainability. And most importantly, our students are responsible citizens, people who care and to make difference in the world that we share. This workshop is a testament to that vision. We are pleased to have you here and greatly appreciate your presence. I would like to extend a special word of welcome to our esteemed speakers and distinguished guests. Firstly, start with college management and college staff, students who are our key stakeholders, and there is nothing we can do without them. Students are the focal point of the academic project. The representatives from SAICA, Alicia Daniels and Viola Serauke. Mr. Shivampo from Student Disciplinary Office is the manager there. At the center of everything we do and how we do it, and to place Africa at the center of our scholarship. This is not a mere mission statement, however, a responsibility that I believe is taken very seriously by the leadership of the university, together with all who work, including you, the students. As College of Accounting Sciences, we are trying to be present in every aspect of your university experience. We are committed to helping you as students to become responsible, upright individuals for your professional, ethical, and social growth. We urge you to be guided by the ethical principles during your academic journey. High ethical and moral standards lead you to the well-being of others and ultimately uphold the dignity of the human being. We encourage you to maintain a strong ethical and social commitment to society and the world, supporting the university in its effort of reclaiming Africa's intellectual futures. Your contribution will make others follow your example and you will be promoting and living the UNISA values as well. I believe the purpose of the workshop is to learn what academic integrity means, understand how the open book policy applies to assessments, and share your views on promoting honesty and fairness in learning. The University Senate has resolved to introduce a compulsory academic integrity course to all students registered for undergraduate and postgraduate NQF level 5 to level 8 programs. I think it's this year, 2025. As part of the orientation activities from 2025 academic year. Academic integrity represents our commitment to and demonstration of honest and ethical behavior in academic offerings. It encompasses ethical principles such as honesty, trust, fairness, respect, responsibility, and courage. It is important for ensuring the value of UNISA's qualifications and fostering a culture of trust and respect within the academic community. The course is aimed to empower you to embody the values of honesty, respect, fairness, and accountability in your academic and professional journeys. It also provides you with foundational knowledge and practical skills necessary to navigate your studies ethically and responsively. You will learn practical approaches to academic writing, strategies to avoid plagiarism, guidelines for ethical use of AI, and the importance of ethical decision-making in assessments and research. We urge you to participate in this important course. The college has assembled various interventions to curb the rising cases of academic dishonesty. It is deeply concerning that we are the leading college with high cases of academic dishonesty in the university. It should be the opposite. We should be the one who actually assists the university to curb this particular problem. But I really appreciate this workshop. The interventions that the college have put together include, but not limited to, implementing the university policies such as academic integrity policy, copyright infringement and plagiarism policy, integrated quality assurance policy, providing awareness during student orientations, using authentic assessments, employing the proctoring tools, Turnitin software, AI detectors, fostering a supportive learning environment that values honesty and research ethics. The academic integrity policy indicates that the value of academic integrity that UNISA aims to uphold is the idea that ethical conduct should guide research, teaching and learning, as well as community engagement or engaged scholarship. We're actively fostering collaborations with employers and professional bodies to provide more awareness about the importance of ethics and ethical behavior. We have just held a workshop with training officers in July this year, where we brainstormed joint interventions to curb academic dishonesty and unethical behavior among trainee accountants. We highly appreciate the presence of SAICA to be part of this workshop. In conclusion, I trust that this workshop will inspire ideas and discussions on how we can fight this pandemic of academic dishonesty in order to protect the value and credibility of our qualifications to improving the lives of all South Africans. I would like to leave you with a quote by Marcus Garvey that says, "It is by education that we become prepared for our duties and responsibilities in life. If one is badly educated, he must naturally fail in the proper assumption and practice of his duties and responsibilities." Close quote. I would like to wish you a successful workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hlakudi, for that warm welcome. What I got out of it is that UNISA is the university of the land. As a result, we are privileged to be part of these institutions as the students. And then as a result, in order for us to maintain the leadership or to contribute to the university continuing to be the university of the land, we need to maintain high ethics, high moral standards in order for us to continue reclaiming Africa's potential as university of the land. So the next speaker from SAICA is Mrs. Alicia Daniels and Natasha Supal. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Oh, just a correction. Natasha will be online. Miss Alicia Daniels is here with us. Thank you. IT, can we switch to Teams for Natasha to go first? Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. I hope that I am audible and my slides can be seen. Like it was indicated, my name is Natasha Supal. I'm the head for public sector and ethics at SAICA. Just a little bit on SAICA firstly. SAICA is the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants, and we are accountancy professional body. So we have a membership of over 60,000 members. And some of the key aspects or what SAICA is built on is on ethics and the integrity of the profession. And that's the importance of ethics in the profession to us, because without ethics, SAICA will not be relevant any longer. I think I just have a few minutes, and just a little bit before I go into that, from a SAICA perspective, I also have Viola on the line. We are responsible for the SAICA Code of Professional Conduct and the maintenance thereof and support to our members. Basically, what I will be covering quickly is on what is ethics. And I do understand that we have students from various areas that are with us, and my focus is not just on the accountancy profession, but from a general perspective as well. And when we look at what is ethics, I think this question comes along a lot, and everyone has different views on what is ethics. But if we look at it more closely, generally we find that the answer that comes through is what is morally right or wrong, or good or bad. So when we look at ethics, we look at it from that perspective. In many instances, we also find that many people say it's doing the right things when no one is looking. And then the other thing around ethics is there's always a debate, can ethics be taught? And there are two schools of thought on this. One is, yes, ethics can be taught, and there are people that believe it can, and then on the other hand, it cannot. My role is not to debate this today, and I'm going to leave it to the students and all of the stakeholders here. But as SAICA, we do believe that we all have a role to play in terms of guiding behavior and ensuring that where we can, ensure that our members, even non-members, do the right thing and that behavior is guided. There are various types of ethics that we do experience throughout our lives. We firstly have personal ethics, and as we grow and into organizations, in this instance from a student perspective, if you look at your university, UNISA, you enter into organizational ethics, and as you work, you go into business, and then we have business ethics as well, which is also similar to organizational ethics. And if you become a member of a professional body, you have to comply with professional ethics as well. In terms of personal ethics, firstly, everyone has their own individual ethics. It's unique to each individual. It's based on a system of values and beliefs that as we grow up, we are brought up with these. And it is based on your family, on your, the society that you live in. And these are generally the moral principles that will guide our everyday decisions in terms of how we engage with others in society, whether it's on the road or whether it's in a shop. It's the principles that guide our everyday behavior, and that is our personal ethics. If we go further in, we then go into organization. Sorry, I just wanted to go into one thing. We have a triangle there, and generally when we look at ethics, how ethical are you and your ethical decision making, we look at firstly yourself as an individual, and then we look at others. And generally when we look at good ethical behavior, we look at you taking a decision that is not just based on yourself, but a decision that is good for others as well. So it's a decision that is based on yourself as well as others. If we look at it from a business perspective, and from an organizational, it's what impacts corporates, it's what impacts universities. And so how does a company treat employees, customers, and the environment? How does a company, or how does a university treat its students and its stakeholders? And we look at it also from a legal, environmental, social, and financial perspective. I think if we look at it further in this perspective, we also look at it from a triangle perspective, where we looked at previously what is good for yourself and others. Here we look at it, what is good for the organization and what is good for others. So a good decision is something that is based, or a good ethical decision making is something that is not just based from an organizational perspective, but is also based in terms of how others, society view it and the impact it has. And I think this is where now we branch off into professional ethics, and from a psycho perspective. If we look at professional ethics, we see it as a set of standards that are applicable to an industry. Example, if you look at your doctors, they have ethics and a code there. Law has a similar thing, and from an accountancy profession, we also have something. So as a professional body, we also have a set of ethics that guides the professional behavior of our members. It is, in fact, a set of principles, and as I said, it guides members. When we look at it from this perspective, we are looking at it, what is good for the profession and what is good for others. So we look at it from our psycho perspective, but also from a public interest perspective. The key thing, and in the opening remarks to the students as well, why is ethics important to UNISA? Similar, we have why is ethics important to SAICA, and it's good to see that there's alignment in both UNISA and the way that SAICA applies the importance to the importance of ethics. Firstly, we do have a constitution, and as a membership body, our constitution also indicates that we need to promote the common interest of both of our members and the public interest. So we have a responsibility to the public as well, in terms of government, in terms of the economy, and our members are the drivers to that. And it is therefore important that our members that go out there actually look at the public interest and not at their self only. So whatever decisions that they make is also in the public interest. That, for example, if you are looking at profit, it is done, in terms of the correct side, that you are looking at the public interest and you are not overcharging as well. So what guides, or what is the key document that guides ethics within our profession? We do have a CICA code of professional conduct, and in order to ensure that the profession remains relevant, it is aligned to international practices. So we are aligned to the International Ethics Code, which is from the IESPA. The code is principle-based, and the reason for that is that we cannot write everything into a code. We have 5 fundamental principles, which are integrity, objectivity, confidentiality, professional competence and due care, and professional behavior. And these 5 principles, we do believe that if a chartered accountant has to apply this principle to any situation, that they should arrive at the correct ethical decision. So hence we have the 5 principles. If I go further, apart from the 5 principles, we also have requirements in the code, and Alicia will be touching on the requirements on the disciplinary side. The reason we have these requirements is to ensure that members are aware there are specific things that they have to do, and should it not be done, they will be held accountable for it. We also have application guidance. And again, from an ethics point of view, this becomes important because ethics is not always black and white. We do have the middle ground, which is generally called the gray area, where members are not aware whether the answer is yes or no. And so there has to be guidance to guide them from that perspective. So as I come towards the end of my session, I thought let me come through with some examples from the different parts of ethics. So if we look at it from a personal perspective, as a student, if you have an assignment that is due, and we generally have these things happening, our lives are busy, we have many assignments due, we have many things, some of us are also working at the same time. However, due to these challenges, we are unable to complete the assignment by ourselves. And there are reasons why assignments are given. In some instances, it's not just based on a mark perspective, but it's based to see, are you able to fulfill certain aspects, like are you able to complete it within the time? Is it your own work? And those things become important as well. So in the recent times, we have seen that due to the busyness of our work, we sometimes forget some of the fundamental principles that come along in our delivery of what we are supposed to do. So in this instance, I have not done my work, and I don't see anything wrong with taking a fellow student's work and copying it and giving it in because I've met my deadline and I have no other way of getting around delivering. And I think from an ethics perspective, we sometimes forget what this means basically from, in terms of our organization. We may not be caught the first time, we may not be caught the second time, and it continues. But when it eventually comes out, it has an impact from an organizational perspective. It also has an impact from an individual perspective, from a reputation side, and that can negatively impact you. So I think sometimes we forget the busyness of our lives and try to get things done, but the impact of it at a later stage is far worse than not having completed that assignment. I think the second one, and we've seen this a lot in the profession as well. So from a student perspective, generally we find that if a student has managed to get away with this over a period of time, they sometimes see that, okay, there's nothing wrong with it, everyone else is doing it, and there is no impact. But as you go into your working career as well, we still find that you will get the same stress. If you are a trainee, in an accounting or audit firm, you may be studying as well, and you may have a number of assignments. And if we look at that from that perspective, if you have a working paper, And we take it that you never saw anything wrong copying assignments at that time, and it wasn't wrong. You never got caught, and you got away with it. And when the same urgency happens as a trainee, for example, we call it phantom ticking, where you complete procedures but you haven't really done the work, and it passes off. And if we take it further from an organizational perspective, we've seen a lot of firms that have been negatively impacted because of this and this causes reputational damage, is that as a trainee, you don't see anything wrong and phantom ticking, and it goes off. But I think it becomes more important if we look at things like this more deeper. We need to consider the impact of our actions on the organization. What does it mean if I am caught and it is in a newspaper? What happens to the reputation of the firm? If you are at a university, what happens to the reputation of the university? At the end of the day, you will be associated with that university, and anything that is negatively seen there ultimately comes back to you. The same as if you're an employee of a firm, anything negative that's happening there comes back and is portrayed through you as an individual as well. So it becomes important from that perspective. The second one is if you look at the public interest. Audit reports are signed off and an incorrect audit opinion is given, the impact that can have on shareholders becomes an issue. So it's important that you also look at it from a public interest perspective. And then finally, from a profession perspective, if you are a CA, and if it's just one CA that does, or chartered accountant that does something wrong, it actually paints a brush across the whole profession. And then you find that employers are no longer trusting chartered accountants, and your value as a chartered accountant goes down. So I think when we look at ethics, we need to consider it from all aspects. What is the impact on ourselves? What is the impact in terms of society? What is the impact in terms of our organization? And what is the impact in terms of the profession? So I think with that, I'm going to stop. I have used my 15 minutes. I'm going to hand over to Alicia, and Alicia will then take you through what happens from a disciplinary process and what they have been seeing coming through from an ethics perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natasha, for that introduction to ethics. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alicia Daniels. I am one of the executives at SAICA, and I oversee the member compliance and member discipline units at SAICA. We just want to thank UNISA for giving us this opportunity to come through and actually tell you a little bit about SAICA, about our disciplinary processes, and allow us to share some interesting trends that we think may be useful to you as you are starting your journey as prospective chartered accountants. We're really encouraged by the workshop, the integrity workshop, because as Natasha said, this is a journey. It doesn't really happen. You don't suddenly become an ethical person or having integrity once you become a chartered accountant. It's based on your actions. It's based on your actions that become habits and that forms your character. So even now, you're working so hard to become a chartered accountant, to start on this journey. And so you really need to start thinking like a chartered accountant and giving thought to the rules and the policies that shape the organization. So just an overview of the member discipline unit. We are also known as the Office of the Designated Disciplinary Officer, the DDO, and we exist to give effect to the critical objectives in the SAICA Constitution, among them to act in the public interest, as Natasha mentioned, to safeguard the values of the profession. That's brand protection and the 5 fundamental principles that we touched on in terms of the Code of Conduct. Enforcing ethical standards, and speedily and fairly dealing with complaints against our members, that's our CASAs and other SAICA designations. So in terms of whose conduct we regulate, I've mentioned our full members, our CASAs. We also have associate general accountants, accounting technicians, trainee accountants, examination candidates also fall under the ambit of our jurisdiction to prosecute. And then we investigate what we call holding out cases, where someone is misrepresenting themselves as, for example, a chartered accountant. So in terms of why we regulate, and this is aligned to our strategic pillars at SAICA, protecting the integrity of the SAICA designation. SAICA is a brand, it's a premier brand that we are very proud of, that our members are very proud of and work very hard to maintain. And we need to protect that. We need to make sure that people are doing the right thing, because integrity itself, it's doing the right thing even when no one is watching. And I'm a lawyer by profession, and I always remember something that my contract law professor actually told us, and it was with regards to commissioning of affidavits. You do the right thing, you do what you're supposed to do every single time. And so later, if someone asks you about one document that you commissioned, you can answer without hesitation, yes, I've done it this way. So it's important to make sure that do the right thing, do it consistently, so you don't need to think about, oh, what did I do? Did I do the wrong thing in this situation? So in terms of members, we take integrity seriously, and we want to protect the brand so that members of the public know that when they're dealing with a CA, they are dealing with someone who is principled, who is fully aligned to the code of conduct and the bylaws, and someone that they can trust with their business. In terms of relevance and reputation as well, we don't want members or prospective members coming in that are going to damage the reputation of the accountancy profession or SAICA. And our level of trust, it also allows our members rather to do work for regulators, for example, the IRBA, because the training that you receive at SAICA then makes you eligible to register with the IRBA as a registered auditor. It makes you eligible to be admitted as or registered as a tax practitioner with SARS, to do business rescue work with the CIPC or independent reviews. And we as SAICA, because the members under our banner, we need to actually provide that assurance to all of these regulators on an annual basis. And anywhere from these regulators, if there is an act of non-compliance or a breach of the code of conduct, or in terms of anything you're meant to do, that does come back to us and we need to prosecute those matters. So providing that assurance is very important to allow SAICA as a whole, as a membership, to be able to continue to do work in those spaces. And in addition to this, we assist protecting the public interest, promoting a stronger economy by requiring our members, and our members are CFOs, CEOs, financial managers, auditors. We want to know that when they're out there serving the public interest, promoting the economy, that they're acting with integrity and competence. What does that look like in terms of brand? We want, when people think about CAs, we want them to think about competent professionals. They're worthy of our trust, and we can rely on them. They're an essential part of my business support, and they're my go-to accountants. So that's what we want people to think of when they think of CAs. And unfortunately, what we've seen over the last couple of years is our chartered accountants being implicated in things like the state capture inquiry, irregularities, procurement irregularities, and you'll see some of them that I've just mentioned here. So we take ethics very seriously, and I'll also go a bit more into one of the state capture cases that we were referred to, or that was rather referred to us. Then in terms of the authority to act, we have several governance documents that actually shape SAICA. The SAICA Constitution is the first one, and the SAICA bylaws. The Disciplinary Code you'll find as Appendix 4 to the SAICA bylaws. Just as by way of an update, the SAICA Constitution and the SAICA bylaws have undergone a review. We are having a special general meeting in September to actually make amendments to the SAICA Constitution. So if you're interested in that, please check our website in September and October for some changes. There'll be some changes that we've proposed to our membership in terms of the membership structure, and we're refining our bylaws in terms of enhancing and making even our disciplinary process more robust. The SAICA Professional Code of Conduct, so that is what Natasha spoke about. We also have various regulations and policies, such as the training regulations, exam regulations, our CPD policy. In terms of national legislation, some of the common ones that would be applicable to you would be Companies Act, the Tax Administration Act, etc. And this goes into professional behavior, because if you look at the Code of Conduct, one of the requirements of the Code of Conduct is that you need to be compliant with the legislation. Then I've mentioned holding out matters that we pursue, and that the jurisdiction to do that comes from the Chartered Accountants Private Designation Act. Just to note that it is a criminal offense for you to hold yourself out as a CASA. Just an introduction to our 2 independent disciplinary committees. So SAICA, then, once we receive a complaint, we act as the secretariat to these committees. We will do the investigation, we will do the preparation of the work, and then we will act as the prosecutor in actually driving these cases, and the ultimate adjudication will be made by one of these 2 committees. So the Professional Conduct Committee is for what we would deem lesser serious offences. It's chaired by an advocate or a retired magistrate of 10 years or more experience. They are duly assisted by at least 2 chartered accountant panel members. These meetings, for the PCC as we call it, are closed meetings. They're not open to the public. The complainant makes their complaint by way of an affidavit and supporting documents, and no legal representation is allowed. The PCC invites the respondent member to the meetings where it's deemed necessary. The decision of the PCC is final, so if a party is unhappy with the decision, then the next step would be to take it through to court for a review. The PCC also holds what we call fit and proper inquiries, which I'll deal with a little bit later in the presentation. Then the Disciplinary Committee of SAICA, again, it's an independent committee. It is it's the committee that deals with the more serious matters. So if your matter is going to the Disciplinary Committee, know that SAICA then is looking at a sanction of suspending you, or excluding you from membership, or disqualifying you from membership, or imposing a fine of 500,000 Rand per charge. So that is what we're looking at if it goes to the Disciplinary Committee. And in terms of the committee composition, it's chaired by a senior advocate, again, duly assisted by at least 2 CASA panel members. These hearings are open to the public, and we often have media as well that report on it. So if you're interested in seeing what SAICA hearings look like, you're welcome to come through. Please have a look at our SAICA website. We do have some coming up in Q3 and Q4 this year, so you can have a look and you'll have the details there. Legal representation is allowed because of the prejudicial nature of the sanctions that we're looking to apply. The respondents are called to give evidence, we call witnesses, we provide documentary evidence, and the disciplinary committee itself also can call for witnesses, further particulars and documentary evidence where they believe that it's material. Then in terms of the disciplinary code, I mentioned it's Appendix 4 to the bylaws. So it's important to just understand the distinction between the substance and the processes. And I'll give you an example. If you, for example, in 2018, breached something, you did something that you weren't supposed to do in terms of the bylaws, we wouldn't look at the current bylaws, which is the 2023. We would look at the bylaws that were in place at the time when the alleged offense or omission is alleged to have alleged to have occurred. We would look at what you would have known as a member at the time that you were expected to do, and look at the standard of where you fell short. So that's in terms of the substance. So we would always apply the bylaw that was applicable at the time. And then in terms of processes, so if your matter is coming through for a hearing now in 2025, we would look at the processes to be used in terms of the current bylaws. I've mentioned the governance documents at SAICA, and the disciplinary code is within the bylaws. And I would really encourage you as students, as future trainees, as future CAs, to have a look at the governance documents. They're all available on the SAICA website. Have a look at the constitutional, the code of conduct, the bylaws, and just start getting au fait with it at the moment. The punishable conduct per designation, you'll see I've just set out where you can find them in terms of the bylaws. At the back of the disciplinary code, we have introduced schedules 1 to 3. These set out in very plain language what the common offences are that come through to the PCC. It also sets out a first and second guilty finding, what the board-approved sanctions for that would be. So just in terms of, and I'm focusing on trainee cases because that would be, I think, your first experience in terms of, coming into this accountancy profession. So looking at what we've closed in 2024, you can see it's quite high. It's 138 matters that we closed from trainee accountants. And you can see that we have integrity, which would be, trainee discipline integrity would be things like phantom ticking versus academic integrity, which would be, submitting an assignment that isn't yours, unauthorized collaboration in a simulation that is meant to reflect your own work, for example, cheating in an examination. Professional behavior, and that can go anywhere from arriving late at work or not doing what you were meant to do in terms of your traineeship, resigning from a training contract without serving a notice period, using language that is inappropriate with a client. So, the professional behavior spectrum is quite large, it's quite wide, and you can see that's evidenced by the 35 that were found guilty of that. Professional competence and due care, it's making sure that you do the work that you're meant to do, the way that you're meant to do it, with the skill that's required. Confidentiality, very important to maintain the confidentiality of your training office, not only just in the training office, but even between the teams, because you could have, often we have these Chinese walls between clients. So even just because you're in the same office doesn't mean that you can just openly share information. In terms of objectivity as well, you really need to think about this. You need to have it in the back of your mind in terms of, what would be a potential threat to your objectivity in instance. I've mentioned the fit and proper, and for trainees, what this looks like is either if you're applying to SAICA for a first-time trainee contract, you will then be required to fill in an application form. There's an ethical component there where you need to disclose any ethical considerations that SAICA needs to be aware of. If you do disclose those, and we expect you to please disclose it honestly, this may trigger a fit and proper hearing before the PCC, where you will be called upon to give an explanation as to any, for example, prior convictions, if you were found guilty of cheating at university, etc. That would all become relevant, and you would need to then speak to the Professional Conduct Committee. They would then need to decide whether or not you are a fit and proper person to be allowed into a traineeship or into membership of SAICA. And then the second part to that is the fit and proper, where you are already a trainee, you have been found guilty of something during your traineeship, you may have been kept on at the office, or you may have been dismissed from the training office. And if you're lucky enough to actually find new employment at a training office, before you even can take up a new SAICA training contract, you will need to go through a fit and proper and convince the PCC that you are a fit and proper person to allow you to go through a second training contract. Then in terms of SAICA, the sanctions that have been applied to these 138 people, you can see that there's a lot of fines that were imposed. Also, the penalty periods of training contracts without a fine, we had quite a high number, that's 48 of those, and I'll go through that as a separate trend. And you can see there's reprimands, there are, fortunately, at this round, there weren't people found not fit and proper for the training contracts, however, it has happened. In terms of the 2025 highlights for the member discipline unit, we finalized a total of 1,287 cases in 2024, which is quite a significant increase on the case closure rate from 2023. Just to put things in perspective, 994 of those matters were related to failure to either do your continuous professional development as a member or to timeously submit that. So it's on the lesser serious cases if you didn't submit it on time, but you did submit it, but it still is. If you don't meet the deadline as to when you're meant to submit that CPD declaration, then it still would be seen as an offense and you would still have to go through a disciplinary process. Not completing your CPD annually is a big thing for us. Previously at SAICA, in terms of our bylaws, if you hadn't done your CPD, that would actually give SAICA the right to end your membership, to terminate your membership, because we need competent people that are accessing and providing services for the public. Right now, if you hadn't done your CPD, we're looking at fines, depending on the situation, anywhere from 30,000 to 100,000 Rand, a fine for not doing your CPD. So we do take it very seriously. So guys, just please be aware of that. And CPD, we try to make it as easy as possible. So it's really just making sure that you've got it documented as to when you're meant to do your CPD. Then in terms of high-profile matters that we've taken through the disciplinary committee, I mentioned a state capture matter. So it was an SAA, one of our members was implicated in procurement irregularities related to SAA. We did conclude the disciplinary hearing in 2024, and it was taken on review to the High Court. Just in terms of the disciplinary committee finding, there were several charges against the member that she was found guilty of, which ended in her being excluded from membership and being fined an amount of 6.1 million rand. So it went through to a High Court hearing, and they found in favor of SAICA. It is a reportable judgment, so you can find it online. Then just in terms of some trends for trainees. Now, I've mentioned the academic integrity aspect. So what we're talking about, and we did have this, unfortunately, and you can have a look at our integrated report for last year, where we had 81 of these cases from one training office, which is, quite concerning for us, where trainees were required to submit this simulation, this assignment that they needed to do, and the assignment went to their competency framework. So they were using it to evaluate their individual competency as a trainee, with a view to discharging them. And however, trainees unfortunately either copied wholly someone else's assignment, put their name on it, copied sections of it, or met in groups together and collaborated, which was also not authorized. So we've had various hearings for these matters. For the people that willingly shared their simulations with other trainees, there were fines imposed for them. For the people who copied or collaborated and then submitted that as their own work, that was seen as an integrity breach. It's a misrepresentation that it is your own work. And these trainees, on average, were given a penalty period being added to their training contract of 8 months per transgression. And we've had some people that unfortunately were doing this 5 or 6 times. And so we've added that to it. However, we've given them, there was a minimum of 16 months that was added to the training contract. And then after that, per transgression, they could either pay a certain amount, a fine, or take the additional penalty period. So really, you really need to think about this. This could really set back your career if you're allowed to continue in a training contract at all. The worst setback that I think we've seen, where a trainee copied more than once, it was a number of years ago. It set him back 7 years in terms of his career. So really, it's worth stopping, thinking about it, thinking about the consequences to your career. So in terms of what are the learnings that we can take from these cases, and we give these, we've also engaged with training officers in terms of the learnings. And we said the instructions must be clear, consistent, unambiguous to the trainees. But having said that, there's also a duty on the trainees to seek clarity when you don't have it. Seek clarity from your training office if you're in doubt as to what your obligations are. If you have a clear understanding of what's expected of you, what your obligations are that you need to meet, it puts you in better stead. Also, we understand that the culture of a training office is collaborative. When you're working together on learnings, on group projects, etc. But you really need to put things in perspective. There's a difference between a group learning, versus something that is going directly to an assessment of your competence. And you can never expect that to be a group project. So we need to just use some intelligence in that, and again, seek clarity if you're not sure where that line is. Also, it's important to think about the end consequence. Like Natasha said, you're running short of time, you've got audits that you need to do, you've got a whole lot of work engagements that you're involved in, and over and above that, you have assignments. We understand the pressure, but is that really worth setting your career back? And where you're having this difficulty, again, speak to your training office, speak to your engagement partner, raise your concerns and document your concerns as well. So if this ever becomes an issue, you can show that you did take the necessary steps to address, the stresses and the various priorities. Then another trend that we've seen is forging of documents and misrepresentation, where we've seen, again, integrity-related cases where trainees are submitting things like fraudulent medical certificates for being off sick. providing misleading information to training officers, for example, writing ITC exams, where you've taken the study leave, but you actually haven't written the exam. And trainees have gone as far as to actually try to forge exam results. So again, exceptionally serious. This will go through to a disciplinary committee hearing. And if you are involved in something like this, the prospects of you carrying on to become a CA are very slim. So yes, it's quite serious. And then on the lower end of things, we're looking at things like your professional behavior in breaching a contract. So where you, as a trainee, you've entered into a training contract with the training office, you then decide you want to leave, but you serve your notice, or you serve your resignation and say, I'm not serving my 1 month notice period. Now, contracts are very important. And there's a Latin maxim that says caveat subscriptor. So, if you're signing something, beware. Understand what your obligations are in terms of that contract, because just because you're a trainee accountant doesn't mean you're any less liable for the obligations that you've undertaken in terms of that contract. So we will see this as a breach of contract. Generally, we will look at, if you're found guilty of this, applying or adding a 6-month penalty period to your contract. So really engage with your training office. If they are willing to waive the period, that's wonderful. If they're not, you need to know that, and you need to know that they have the right to refer this to SAICA as a disciplinary complaint against you. Natasha's mentioned phantom ticking cases. Again, very serious offense that falls under the category of dishonesty. And generally, if you are found guilty of this, we would apply a 9 to 12 month penalty contract period on any future contract. You also need to take account that you may be already dismissed by the training office for being found guilty of that. So looking at that, we would, even before we would look at you even coming back to have a fit and proper, we would probably give you a 12-month cooling off period to see what you're doing, to bring people in to see in whatever employment situation you're in. We would call in those employers as witnesses to see, are you consistent? Are you still perpetrating the same kind of behavior, or have you now been showing signs that you are a fit and proper person? So this could take anywhere from 1 to 3 years actually before you're back on the road as a trainee accountant. So in terms of phantom ticking, understand the work that needs to be done. Rather check with the person, your supervisor that's assigned to the audit, or your engagement partner. Again, if you're worried about time allocations, speak to the people that are planning it. And if you feel like you're new to the role or new to the company, you haven't been sufficiently trained on something, that's what you have a training officer for. Again, document it, raise your concerns, ask for additional training if you're not sure what to do. Because again, phantom ticking is very, very serious. Then other things that would constitute professional behavior, or rather a contravention of professional behavior, and these are taken from actual cases: intoxication at work functions, sexual harassment, assault. We get all of these kind of complaints even at a trainee level. So just please bear in mind that even when you're at social work events, when you're away at audits and you're staying overnight, you're still bound by your training office regulations and policies. You're bound by the Code of Professional Conduct, and you're meant to act in accordance with that. So one night of intoxication where you behave badly could end in you losing your training contract and losing your ability to take up another SAICA training contract. Also, on the other side of that, we take very seriously protection of our trainees. So where you have a colleague or a manager who is making advances, making you feel unsafe, please don't keep quiet about it. Escalate it to your training officer, escalate it to SAICA, we will intervene. So we really want to know, and we want to be able to be in a space to protect our trainees as well. Other issues to consider, I think I've mentioned, when you are applying for either a first-time training contract or a new training contract after you've lost the previous one, your past record becomes very relevant for us. You do need to disclose, because if you don't disclose honestly, again, that is a misrepresentation. It will come back to you, and we might disqualify you, or we might exclude you as a trainee. Then in terms of, in terms of unethical behavior, this could range from reckless and negligent driving, cheating at a university level. It really, it's a wide range of ethical considerations. So I think that the point I'm trying to drive home is even now, whatever you're doing as a student will have implications when you are applying to SAICA. So please just be aware of that. Unrehabilitated insolvents. So in terms of the SAICA bylaws, if a member of ours is an unrehabilitated insolvent who goes through a provisional or a final sequestration, we will then move to remove this member from SAICA unless they can show us exceptional circumstances as to why they should stay. So this is also applicable to applicants. So as a trainee or as a prospective member, if you are applying and you're an unrehabilitated insolvent, just understand that you will not be found fit and proper. SAICA, our board, also has the power to cancel the membership of anyone who's found guilty for either integrity-related offenses, such as fraud, forgery, uttering a forged document, or where violence was an element of the crime that you were found guilty of, and where you've been found guilty and imprisoned, sentenced to imprisonment without the option of a fine. So here, our board actually doesn't even have discretion. They must cancel your membership of SAICA. So also understand when you are applying to SAICA, we will take that into account if you do have that kind of criminal record. Also, in terms of social media, just be aware of what you're posting. Have a look at the SAICA social media guideline, which is on our website, because where members or trainees fall afoul of that, we will prosecute for a breach of those guidelines. And I've mentioned holding out cases and a breach of the CA Designation Act. So please, even if you have completed your training contract, you've completed your, your board exams at SAICA, but you haven't been accepted as a CA yet. You're not actually a member. You don't have that certificate. Please don't post something on social media like LinkedIn or Facebook saying that you are a CA or something to that effect. We've seen eligible for CASA. Please note that would be a contravention of the CA Designation Act, and we take it seriously. And when you apply to become a member, that will become an issue. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present. I hope that it was valuable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, in the interest of time, I won't go too deep, but what I've seen here is, will the truth set you free, or are you willing to have skeletons in the closet? So in a nutshell, we can see that SAICA has the authority to act. So there will be consequences of anything that you decide to do. But before that happens, there is a guide. So Natasha did mention, can ethics be taught? And I think we got the answer. It can be a debate, but I think we got the answer. It can be taught. Otherwise, it will be enforced. Anyways, to the students online, we're going to have a question and answer session later on. So please jot down those questions. They will be answered for you. So we're going to move right on swiftly to Mr. N. Shibambu, who's also going to be presenting to us online, right? Before we move, we were just about to move too fast.
From director to
I'd like to
the College
present
of
a gift.
Accounting Science.
Excuse me, Mr. Shibambu, just one moment, please. We just want to finalize something small. I would like to present a gift to SAICA.
Let's get the background. Yeah, so that we're here. Background. Yes. Is it, or we should be in front? Okay, let's go with this.
Thank you very much, and sorry about that. Mr. Shibambu, over to you. Thank you.
You, Madam Director, Program Director, colleagues. My name is Ndumarulan Shibambu. I'm the manager responsible for student disciplinary within the university. Firstly, before I start, colleagues, I'd like to thank the College of Accounting and Science, everyone who's been involved to put together this workshop, taking time from their busy schedule for us to have this discussion. And I'm glad it's happening before we sit for our formal October-November exams. Colleagues, let me just quickly take you through what is it that we expect from you once you register with the university and you transition any journey through your studies. So in terms of what we stand for, colleagues, in terms of what we stand for in relation to academic integrity, within the university, there's what we call the student disciplinary code. So this is some of the things that we believe that at your level of study, whether you're undergraduate honors or masters or CTA, your levels of CTAs, we presume you have read this, because when you go and register online, there's a box that you tick to say, I hereby agree to be bound by the rules of the university. So part of your pledge is that you'll be bound by the student disciplinary code. The student disciplinary code is aimed at four things, which is upholding the name and reputation of the university, the maintenance of order, discipline, safety, and security. Therefore, for learning purposes, is to ensure the integrity of the academic process, the quality of our assessments. I'm not sure if any of you colleagues and our clients, which are our students, if you look at the cycle presentation, I've calculated that the word integrity more than 11 times in each and every slide. So that should give you an overview to say that integrity plays a crucial role in terms of what you are doing and what you envisage doing in terms of where you're going to be in terms of your career. So some of the examples for misconduct within the university, if you go and read the student disciplinary code, it includes harassment, misrepresentation of false information. For instance, where you submit a fraudulent qualification when you come through to the system, or you miss an exam due to ill health and then you submit, a fraudulent medical certificate, that constitutes as misrepresentation. In terms of harassment, if I were to go back a little, there are students that we have picked in the past. We know that we are in an online platform, but we are seeing a trend where students are saying things that are not wanted in terms of how we communicate in an email, where a student will use an F word to the lecturer to say, I've been asking for 1, 2, 3, but I'm not receiving it. And then the F word gets thrown around. Or someone just says things which are not normally in a proper communication way we do with officials of the university. The next is examination irregularities. You will remember those who were fortunate enough to write exams in the venue-based. There will be stuff that you were required not to do. 15 minutes, you needed to arrive at the venue. They will read the instruction. You're not supposed to be in possession of, crib notes. If you're using a ruler, you mustn't write anything at the back. Your calculator must not have any of those. For those that were writing, CTA, your cycle legislation handbooks, you know that there are certain things which you are required to do within those books, and there are certain things that you are not required to do. So even now in an online platform or supervised control environment for cycle students, make sure that when you bring in your cycle legislation handbook, they do comply with the rules of the university. Another form of academic misconduct is fraud. Therefore, we have plagiarism and copyright, which is more or less you submit someone else's work without not properly acknowledging that particular person. Therefore, if we're to move to plagiarism, which comes in many forms, we have what we call ghostwriting, or making use of service providers for exam solutions. I believe some of you students, you've been victims of getting SMSs to say, we can assist you with the module MAC 3761 or text, or FACT 2602, we guarantee you 100% pass rate for your assignment and your exam, in exchange that you send that particular person an e-wallet or cash send or whatever means of communication. Now, you might ask yourself, where do these people get our information? What we have picked up is that students tend to create WhatsApp groups or Telegram groups. Those are not UNISA official groups. Therefore, the people who join those WhatsApp groups or Telegram groups are the ones that steals your information and start sending you those SMSs. And you feel that for some reason, that amounts to be coming from the university that's violating your right to privacy and the POPIA. So we need to be extra vigilant in terms of the groups that we're joining and what is it that we're exchanging in those groups, because the dangers of those groups, you're going to exchange information which you might find that it's not even prescribed by the university. So that's another form of academic misconduct, which is ghostwriting. Collusion is where students come together in a group and they're of the view that if we're going to write an exam, let's exchange now. If I finish question 1, I'll just swap around and give it to another group. They give us question 2, and then another group will give us question 3 and 4 and so forth. So that's what we call collusion in terms of academic misconduct. Therefore, there's what we call cheating. Cheating comes in many forms. It's either you seek assistance from a family member or you seek assistance from another student to say, I know you've done FAC, 2602. Do you mind to write it for me and then I'll give you money? Even now in the age of proctoring, and Mr. Dominic will come and speak to that, we've picked up a trend where students are bypassing some of our system in terms of cheating, where students will use 2 devices to cheat the proctoring tool. But I will not dwell much since we have Mr. Dominic who will speak on that. Therefore, there's fabrication and then there's plagiarism as well in terms of academic misconduct. So therefore, in terms of the procedure and the process, you have heard from the speakers from SAICA to say in that disciplinary hearing, legal presentation is not wanted. It's the same as UNISA. So normally the process of what will happen, let's say for your October, May examination, you are flagged for academic dishonesty. What will normally happen is that when you check your results, when they're officially released on your examination portal or where it should show the marks that you would have obtained, it will say there's a disciplinary pending. Now, what happens once you have received the disciplinary pending? You need to communicate with your lecturer to say, I've been flagged for this particular module. Obviously, your lecturer will say, well, your case has been referred to disciplinary office. Therefore, we will send you what is it that we allege you have committed. For instance, the dangers that most students do in accounting and CTA, you'll be given a scenario type of a question where you'll say, you are supposed to audit Shivambu, books for the year ending 2024 and 2025. Let me repeat, you are required to audit Shivambu's books for the year 2024 and 2025. A group of students will go to someone who will write for them. And at the same mistake that this person would have made, when he sells you this solution, instead of saying we're doing an audit for Shivambu's book, he's saying we're doing an audit for Smith family. So it's keywords that actually give away that this person, how come they're mentioning even keywords which were not part of the question paper. So if, for instance, you are being asked to calculate the net present value or these terms that you use, that are those keywords that the person that you would have paid to write for you will make a mistake, and you do not know that he's not only selling you that solution, he's selling to other 50 students, because if he's selling one solution at 1,000 Rand, 50, he's got how much, that's how much money he has. He doesn't have time to individually write for each and every student and make it your own customized answer. So there is in some of students who get flagged for going to service provider or asking people to write for them is that that particular person that you are seeking service to write for you, if he has made a mistake for your answer and he sells it to 50 people, therefore that mistake will cut across 50 people. And then during the process of marking, your lecturer will pick up that, say, these terms that they've put here, it was not part and parcel of the examination questions that were being examined on the day in question. So now, once you get flagged, we will send you evidence. How we deal with your cases is that there is what we classify in terms of that each and every case must be dealt based on its own circumstances. We are guided by the rules of natural justice and the Constitution, which seeks to say that if someone has been flagged or identified, they must be given an opportunity to be heard, which is the audi patem rule. So normally, we'll send you what we call an academic dishonesty form, indicating that in your examination answer book, your question 2 or question 3, it's similar to another group of students. Therefore, depending on the type of offense, there's what we call first incident and there's what we call second incident or repeat offender. So the first incidents, these are what we call first-time offenders. These are students that have been flagged for one module or on one occasion. Therefore, a repeat offender is someone who's been flagged on more than one occasion or on more than one module. So let's say you are registered for 5. If you're flagged for 2 modules, you're called a repeat offender because you've even been flagged for the first time. And in the first instance, we might decide that, well, based on what the College Academic Integrity Committee, which is the decision-making body within the college that oversees all cases of academic misconduct, they might take a decision to say, well, this is a first-year student, they are the first-time offender, we decide that we want to give them a warning and so forth. This is what we're going to do in terms of disciplining them. We feel that we should give them a warning and then they'll need to re-register for the module as we're going to award them as 0. But if you've been flagged on more than 2 occasions, clearly your intention is to deceive the markers of the university. Therefore, we take you for a DC. A disciplinary process normally happens online, like the cycle one. Therefore, what will happen? You will be given 7 days where you go through the evidence. You are entitled in terms of the student disciplinary code to be represented by a member of the SRC or a member of the university during the disciplinary process. You are or you will be requested to come. The university will present its case. Therefore, you will be required to open the case on your side if you feel that what the university is accusing you, you did not do. Therefore, you will need to prove you're innocent in that particular disciplinary hearing. So normally the disciplinary hearing is chaired by a person from the College of Law and 2 members from the college representative. So what normally happens in the DC, colleagues, as you will see, Mr. Mayepo will come in later and show you the stats and the cases that have been taken. The university can decide to suspend you for a minimum of 1 year to 5 years for any acts of academic integrity, dishonesty. So I want you students to properly reflect and consider the consequences of minor cheating that can turn into a lifetime of you ruining your career. As you have seen in the CICA slides, that they take integrity in higher standards. And in terms of ethics, the nicer thing about accounting is that it's a niche area where you need to exhibit your highest behavior of ethics.
Apologies, colleagues. Mr. Shivambu, can you just hold on a second? I think we lost you from the room in here. Just give us a moment to connect you back. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shibambu. You can continue.
Thank you, Program Director. Colleagues, as I wrap up, like I was mentioning, that the usage of AI is on the rise and you need to exercise some form of caution, as some of these tools that you use or apps, they are very, a bias in terms of the information that I have. And you will appreciate that the role of the institutions of higher learning is to generate new knowledge. But it can be that we're generating new knowledge using AI tools. So be very cautious of how you use them. They are not the best of tools in terms of you exercising your own intellectual thoughts in terms of generating new knowledge. In terms of the WhatsApp group and the Telegrams group, I will urge you to exercise extra, caution in terms of the information that you are sharing there. Some of the information that you are sharing, it's not even primary sources that are prescribed by the university. So colleagues, how do you get in contact with us? That's our email address that you can send any queries that you might encounter in relation to you being flagged as a student during or after each and every examination sessions. But for now, Chairperson and colleagues, let me pause here. And once again, thanks to our students for sacrificing your time and joining us this platform. But let me pause here, Madam Chair and colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shivambu, for that presentation, quite detailed one, where I've picked up is that taking also from the previous speaker of SAICA, you mentioned integrity. So I just wanted to go in layman terms as to what actually are we referring to as when we say integrity for our students. To say an easy definition, it says that it's more or less about you being honest on your daily basis as to what you do. And again, to say it's not just about being honest, but it's the quality of you being honest and consistent and uncompromising in terms of you adhering to the moral and ethical principles. With that being said, I would like to call in our next speaker, who's going to take us through the College of Accounting Sciences Procurating, Mr. D. Mulugwane. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues and students. Thank you once again for granting us this opportunity to take students through the examination software that UNISA is currently using. Allow me to share my screen. I hope I'm audible enough, Chair. Thank you. Students, as you know that UNISA has moved online, we are currently using tools. Just hold on, I'm just want to move in my space. I'm trying to, sorry, colleagues. I'm just trying to project my, thank you. I hope you are seeing my screen. Can you see my screen? Hello? Hello? Okay, fine, thank you. I'm sorry, colleagues, I was experiencing some technical challenges this side. As I've indicated, I will be doing a presentation on the proctoring tools that are currently in use by the university. And your college, being the College of Accounting Science, I've seen that you only use IRIS for your CTA, College of Accounting Science, modules that are SAICA accredited. And you also make use of the module proctoring tools for first year modules, some of them. And you also use the Invigilator app. So these are the three tools that UNISA is currently employing for proctoring, which is Moodle. Moodle is an inbuilt software that is within the LMS itself. It is mostly used for your quizzes. We need to be very clear. It is for quizzes. I've come across students coming in to say, I've received my timetable. I'm struggling to install the Invigilator app. When I open the student's timetable, I notice something very strange. They are only writing MCQs. So I'm asking, are our students ready for this exam? So please, students, please be aware that MCQs for your college are being proctored through what we call a module proctored. So you don't need to install anything else. Yours is just to open the LMS and just ensure that you've got a smartphone or you have a laptop that has got a camera. That's all. So you just have to enable it so that you can partake in the exams. While you are partaking in the exams, it will be taking photos of yourself. When your colleagues are speaking, are referring to integrity of our qualification, what we have noticed is that some of our students, they open the module, and after some 2 or 3 minutes, then they hide their camera so that we can't see their faces. Please note that that kind of act, it is not promoted by the university. So you stand the risk of you not receiving your marks. So or sometimes they open and they just show their face and they hide it and somebody writes on their behalf. Please note that UNISA is aware of that. And once that is picked up, you will be subject to disciplinary hearing. We also make use of IRIS as another proctoring tool. With this one, like I've indicated earlier on, it is being used by the College of Science, Engineering and Training, as well as some the CTA modules. So with this one needs to have a laptop, only a laptop. It only functions on a laptop, not on a cell phone. So when it is active, it will be recording a video of you through the cameras, the computer's web camera. It will also be recording any sound and any movement that occurs around the surrounding where you are writing. The third and mostly used one is the Invigilator app. The Invigilator app, student, is a cell phone-based application. It is applicable to your file uploads or take-home exams. When we refer to file uploads, we refer to those where you are required to download an exam question paper and write using that exam question paper. So students, when they have downloaded this particular kind of software on their cell phones, it has instructions on how to go about it. I'll just explain further when we go through with this presentation. What the app does, it instructs students to take their selfies, and during the session, students it records the students' sound in the background. The student is you are not aware of that, but once you have scanned the QR code and you have started the invigilation, it will record you, and also it will also tell us if you are sitting with 10 or other students or any other student nearer to you, where you will be able to actually request a report, what you call a GPS report, to check if indeed you were sitting there honestly because you don't have space, or where you come from, you don't have an area where you can write an exam. That is not a problem, as long as if you are writing that exam, you are not sharing with your friend or your colleague, or you are not getting any assistance. Please note that we are able to pick that up because we are going to do some form of comparison. As I've indicated, you can download the Invigilator app from the Google Play Store, Apple iStore, or Huawei Gallery using your smartphones. The good thing about the Invigilator app is that we are able to perform what we call similarity checks. Similarity checks is we are able to check the submission that you are making on my exams. So why we are doing this is because what we have noticed is that some students, they just scan the QR code and allow someone else to write on their behalf, and that someone will then submit on their behalf. Please note that we have picked out so many cases of this happening, and those cases have been referred to the SDC. It is a very serious matter that you need to view it, because that is some form of misconduct that cannot be tolerated. I believe that as a student, you participate in an assessment with a view to actually pass in an honest and an ethical manner. The proctoring requirements and guidelines that are required is that before the examination day, students are required to install or download the designated proctoring software on their laptops or cell phones. Students, please ensure that you do that before the exam. Do not wait for the day of the exam and actually struggle, because if you are struggling, it will delay you starting the exam and you will waste some time and you won't be able to finish your assessment. Then you will say that it is the app. It is not the app. It is you not being ready, and you are not ready to actually partake. If you have done your thing before the exam starts, you won't have any challenges. We're saying to students, your laptops and your cell phones must have functional webcams and cameras, which are enabled during the assessment session. UNISA does share student guidelines on how to activate the app, how to register, all these tools that we normally apply for assessments. We share that information with you on My UNISA. There is what we call resources for proctoring tools on My UNISA. If you go there under step-by-step guidelines for examinations, you will find these tools and you will be able to know how to navigate through these tools, and you can start practicing. We are saying that as students, you are encouraged to prepare for proctoring by participating in the practice or mock exams that have been set for the different proctoring tools. I'm just emphasizing it, students. Any interference with the proctoring tool or detective tools, such as covering or blocking the camera or playing background music, or being out of the application, especially the Invigilator app, or any other attempt to manipulate the proctoring or detective tools will result in your results being withheld. Then you will have to actually deal that prior to every exams go to My UNISA, there are guidelines that are shared in respect of the different proctoring tool. And also your timetable itself will also tell you what type of tool will be used for your applicable module so that you can do some practice before the exams. Very important, this is pertaining to the Invigilator app. We say that you need to ensure that your phone is fully charged or charging during the exam. Do not lock the phone or exit the app during the session. If you exit the app during the session, the app will flag you for what we call out of app, meaning that you are not being invigilated. How does that happen, students? It happens when you minimize and go and open another application on the very cell phone that you are using to be invigilated. The system will pick it up and we're able to tell at what time you actually did that action. So we do have audit logs, we do have audit reports around every activity that you are doing while you are active during the session. We're also saying that your phone should not be on silent. The volume should be on. And we appeal that you write in a quiet room. Yes, I know. Sometimes we are challenged by our various circumstances. It is difficult to write in a quiet room. The app will flag you for that. However, we have teams ready on standby when we review your report, which will actually look and listen to find out if that noise or that background noise is pertaining to the assessment that is being written, or it's just background noise or a child crying or somebody calling in the background. We have teams that are actually working on those reports, and they will actually intervene and ensure that you are not flagged. We will only flag you if you are discussing with other students, discussing the content-related questions. Students, we have found that students are using third parties, as my colleague has indicated. We have found that students are using third parties. You know, during the previous exam, as I was listening to one of the recordings, when I checked, that student was flagged and he was getting assistance, and it was his or her last module to complete the qualification. And they were speaking so boldly with whoever that they were being assisted to say that we are aware, we know how to manipulate these proctoring tools. Don't worry, we've been doing it for years. That student has been suspended instead of actually getting their qualification. So do not find yourself in that space, students. If you experience technical issues, we have a WhatsApp line dedicated for the Invigilator app, which is you communicate, that is the 0735458273, or you can call our own student assessment dedicated helpline, which is open during an assessment. That number is 011-471-2433. You will get colleagues who will assist you with any technical challenges that may arise as you navigate these proctoring tools. Within the Invigilator app, the app allows you to do a submission of your answer script. It says that you should finalize your uploading of Invigilator results within 48 hours, meaning that whatever that you were doing during the session, within that 48 hours will be saved on iCloud. And if you fail to do the submission, it will you will be sent a notification or a reminder to my live email to finalize your submission. So each time you are finished with the app, it will actually give you outcomes to say that your invigilation results have been submitted successfully or not. If not, you will be notified to actually finalize that. Please do that. Do not forget to do that, because failure to do that will result in your result being withheld, and you will be deemed to have transgressed the examination rules. We know that we've got different type of students that are writing examinations. We've got those that are in prisons. Because of the limitations of their devices, we do exempt them from using the proctoring tools. We also have another cohort of students that are different able students. They also get exempted. They send their information to exemptdisabled@unisa.ac.za. That you have to provide us with supporting document so that we can actually apply exemptions. Towards the end, when you're supposed to receive your results, you will receive what we call a code 94 or a code 95 next to your results. Code 94 is actually, next to it will say deferred proctoring non-compliance. And code 95, it will say cancelled or proctoring non-compliance. A student receives a deferred proctoring non-compliance outcome when you have been identified to have been out of the Invigilator app for a cumulative period of more than 10 minutes, or when you failed to use the Invigilator app or any of the proctoring tools like Moodle or Iris proctoring tool. And if it is your first exam opportunity and you're an undergraduate student, you will actually be given another opportunity to write that module. However, if it was your second time writing, you will receive what you call cancelled proctoring non-compliance, meaning that you are requested to re-register for that. I've reached the end of my session, colleagues. I will stay for any in relation to the proctoring tool. Over to you, Program Director. Thank you for this opportunity once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mulokwane. Students, Big Brother is watching. I don't know if there's anyone who watches the program Big Brother. I don't watch it, but I understand it. There's somebody watching you. So whatever that you're doing, is it worth it? Is it worth being seen? I think that's the question that we should be asking ourselves as we listen to what the speakers have been saying. But in addition to what Mr. Mulukwane was saying now, in testing your systems, I would suggest when you do your studies, remember this, that time when you do your exam setting, set up like an exam setup situation where you test yourself if you are ready for the exam. So you write the exam within the required time, within all the required exam systems. So that's where you also test your systems, your apps, if they're working well, so that if you have any problems, you have enough time to request for help. Okay, without taking too long on that, I would like to call up on the stage Ms. Matsani. She's going to be talking about the disciplinary cases that we are experiencing here in the university. Another thing that actually shows you that Big Brother is watching, and Big Brother can be anyone. It can even be Ms. Matsani. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, students. Good morning, colleagues. As introduced, I'm Ms. Matsani, one of the lecturers within the college. We will share with you some statistics, historic information. But before we share that, I just want to say that the statistics are a representation. It's not the full statistics for the period, because to get that information was a bit tricky. So we'll give you the statistics from the information that we had in the current year relating to the previous years of cases that are still outstanding. So let me just go right into it and just show a trend. As I said, this is a portion of the cases that we have seen. And as you can see from our slides, there's an upward projection from the year 2021 to the previous academic year. We've just finalized our mid-year 2025 exams, and we do have the numbers of reported incidences that we'll share with you. But this is concerning, and that is why we've had this workshop, because the behavior amongst the students it's quite alarming, and we've always been asked, what are we doing? And so we're hoping that this intervention, where we share with you and we listen to you as students, your concerns, and worries, will help curb this behavior. So let's just break down the 2021 per module. We didn't do it per department, but we do per module. And as you can see, we are not surprised. Hey, the culprit is a Mac. And, as a lecturer myself, the students, like the Mac, is like, and to put you at ease, it's not only at UNISA, it's throughout the institutions. Even your residential institution, the MEC, especially the costing, is somehow a challenge. And so because the students, out of desperation, we assume, they consult external help and they plagiarize. I'm a MEC lecturer myself, so I have listened to a lot of these recordings that Mr. Dominique was speaking about. And you hear the students say, no, this sounds, no, and it's really sad. So right on top, we've got MEC, and then we had, it's all MEC. MEC 3761 and 3702, and I'm glad that Saika was here to just show you students that your behavior here in the institution will impact you. It will follow you. So please stay clear. And often I say that the students that attend these sessions are the converted. They don't practice this behavior. So we are preaching to the choir. All right, and then let's see then, in 2022, same behavior. You see, MEC 3761, the lecturers, I really feel sorry for them because the process within the college to get these cases to the institutional level is a lot of work, right? They're on top again. And also just to clarify, the other is all the other modules within the college. So if the module had incidences of 40 or less, the graph would become too messy. So we just clustered everything under other. But Under other, also, we've got financial accounting modules. They were close to the 40 that we have seen. So we see that there is a problem with desperation and the MAC and also the tax. The exit modules, you're shocked. It's a level, it's a third year. So we're seeing that behavior as well. That's the challenge. So the student seems not to want to learn, but to copy. And I always say, if you're at university, we are here to learn. So are you learning by plagiarizing? And the answer is no. So why are you here? It's something to really think about. And then in 2023, you will notice also then that MEC is really winning this prize every time, every year, and the tax, the behavior. But this is really concerning. And as I said, these are not all the numbers in 2023. The numbers are much higher, and our success rate, as Mr. Shivambu will testifies, 80% of the cases that are brought to institutional level, over 80%, 90 actually, sorry, thank you, Mr. Tlongwane, over 90% are guilty. We charge them, they get suspended. You should hear the students during those committees. It's not nice. You know, the behavior is really sad. Some first, they start, no, I'm not guilty. And then once the lecturer proves that they're guilty, the cries and the sobs and the emails. And, you know, and at that point, there's nothing we can do. So rather avoid the behavior than suffer the consequences. And then in 2024, we see a similar behavior. But here we also see the financial accounting is also getting some higher hits in the auditing modules. So please, students, and as I said, these were the outstanding. So some of them are not being reflected here because they might have already been resolved by the time that the stats that we're using here. But it is a representation, we think it is a fair representation of what we're seeing in the college, that the MEC modules and the third year, the exit modules, are the ones that are really being hard hit, where we're having high incidences. And it's so important for us to speak to you and to hear your concerns. What is causing this behavior? What else as a college, as an institution, can we do to assist you? I think, at this point is always one-sided. The institution, the college, is doing things to help curb the behavior. And now we want to hear you from your side. You know, what do you think is still need to be done to assist you in this? So as we said, the 2025 results, the major exams have been written. And so far we've got incidences, over 4,000 incidences reported. And when we talk about incidences, students, we're not talking about people, okay? So we're talking about, if you are one student, you're registered for 5 modules, and you plagiarize, for example, in MEC 3701, in assignment 1, that's 1 incident. And you plagiarize again in the exam, that's 2 incidents. And you plagiarize in another module, that's 3 incidents. So it's not saying it's the number of students. It could be fewer students, but they are repeating the offense. So that is just to give you the picture of, how the college is looking. It's not a good picture. And institutional-wise, our college is sitting right up there with a high number of plagiarisms. And so that is why we have to do these drives and kind of see how we can help to assist you. So that's my presentation. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Mematsani, for those shockingly high statistics. One thing these statistics are telling us is that we must be worried about the behavior of our students. And at the same time, we more or less should be proud of our Progetarian tools that we are indeed watching, and we are catching those plagiarism cases. So as a result, students, we need to ask ourselves, is it worth it to go through that route? And what happens when you get caught? So there are a number of consequences that Mr. Shivambu also mentioned. So at the end of the day, I will say it's not worth it. So Nekhwadi, I'm going to hand it over to you to take us through the Q&A, or we're not yet there. To you.
Thank you, Mr. P, as I call you. Colleagues, before we move on to the questions and answers, I know you're eager to ask questions. Can we please let one more presentation and then we will take the questions and answers? So can I please ask Ms. Shidu, as I call you, to come to the stage, and she's going to discuss, where is she? The open book policy, okay, with us. Okay. He's coming to us. Okay, thank you.
Morning, everyone. If you hear me randomly scream or make faces, I'm just in a bit of pain. That's why I've asked to come through now. It's nothing critical. While I wait for IT, it's walked away. Okay. While I wait for IT to just connect me, my name is Tendani Mashudu Makove. I'm one of the lecturers at CTA or postgrad. I lecture tax. I saw us featuring quite a bit on the previous speaker's slide. I'm not concerned anymore because I think we went into the historical, thank you, into the historical stats. I think the stats for postgrad have significantly improved with the venue-based assessments. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about the open book policy, which is applicable to the postgraduate team. So the CTA students, level 1 and level 2, this is applicable for you. The undergraduate students, there's going to be a closed book policy that you'll be taken through at the correct time slot, and that will be applicable to you. So this open book policy is part of the material that was provided on my UNISA at the beginning of the year. And I'm just here to just try and make the English that seems complicated to make it a bit more practical and show some examples. So the first part that I'm going to be looking at is the flagging. So the policy says writing on flags is permitted for reference and cross-reference purposes only. That is, writing may only refer to the name or number of the relevant discipline, standard, statement, or section in the legislation. That English seems very clear when you're just reading it, but when it comes to practical application, we've seen quite a number of times where students are not sure how to reference and they end up referencing incorrectly. So this is an example of what you must be doing. So I have an extract here from the tax legislation. So the first one, you can reference using the name of the standard. You will see that that name is very long. You don't have to put the entire name there. Just 2 or 3 words are sufficient. So the first flag says trading stock. The next flag shows the number, which is section 22. You're not permitted to write section 22 trading stock. It sounds a bit funny, but you're not permitted to do that. You only write the name or the number on your flag. And when you write the name. It must be the short version. You don't have to write amounts to be taken into account in the respect of the values of trading stock. Trading stock is sufficient. So it's supposed to be a short summary for you to be able to easily find whatever standard in the legislation statements or standards. Referencing versus cross-referencing. There was a big discussion on what is cross-referencing. What you need to remember is that whatever you're going to have on your flag must be contained in the standard, in the legislation, in the statements. So it mustn't be something new. So on the example that I have there, the referencing is section 7B. That is the same as the two examples I just showed before. The cross-referencing, and in that legislation or that section of the legislation, there is a part that refers to section 82B2. That is the cross-referencing. That cross-referencing that is on the flag is exactly what is contained in the legislation. I'm not bringing in something new. Cross-referencing is not an opportunity for you to now say, oh, gross income dividends under the section 1 definition, paragraph K, and then you quickly write, don't forget exempt in terms of section 10(1)K. That is not cross-referencing. It's not for you to remember to do something. It's to just highlight what is already contained in the standard statements or the sections of the legislation. So what are you not allowed to do? I wish I had a pointer and I could turn. But what are you not allowed to do? You're not allowed to make notes on the flags. Don't write NB resident. You're not allowed to do that. I'm going to break my neck shaking my head. But don't write things that are not contained in the legislation, in the standard, or in the statement. Nothing new must be on your flag. And there are some students who will say, and is in the statement, non-resident is in the statement. So you create your own sentence based on random words you find. You're not allowed to do that either. If you look at the green flag on this example, there's even a journal entry on the flag. You are not allowed to do this. These are examples of what we found during our assessments. I didn't Google this. This is what students you've been doing in the assessments. You are not allowed to do this. When we find this, you're going to end up having a disciplinary process that you have to go through, and that has been covered by Mr. Shivambu already. You don't want to be losing out on being a CA or delaying it because of small errors or small intentional mistakes. What are you also not allowed? You will see there that there is flags on the page. Not a flag is supposed to be on the side going out of the book. So if I want section 22, I touch the flag and I know that on that page I'll find section 22. Now, because we will look at the flag on the outside, some of us will go put more flags on the inside. We are paging through the legislation before an assessment. We are paging through these standards, so we will identify this. So please don't do this to yourself. The one that I chose to just highlight, dividends withholding tax at 20%, and then section 10(1)K to say that a dividend is exempt. You're not allowed to do that. These are notes. There's a few other examples on here, but I will just be repeating myself in terms of do not make the notes and do not put flags on the book or in the page. Put it on the side. Okay, so what else can you do? You're allowed to underline, highlight, and sideline. I've put examples there of what this looks like. It's pretty simple. If you want to highlight your entire legislation, you can do that. I don't know if it serves a point. I always say highlight the key things. The tax legislation specifically is very complicated. It was written by an attorney or a lawyer or someone in the legal fraternity. They don't make it easy. So when you've got a 20-line paragraph, and all you need is 4 things to know that this is a section 12C, go and underline or highlight those 4 things. Make it easy for you to find things and to understand things. So this is highlighting, underlining, sidelining. You're not allowed to write. So this was, I think, the 2023 exam. I'm not sure what this is. This might be Mac. I'm seeing Forex, I'm seeing TROB. I don't even understand this. Even if I find you have written something that I can't understand, you're not allowed to write. Please do not write in your legislations, standards, and statements. These are notes that have been pasted. You're not allowed to have notes. Previously, I showed notes on flags. Now there's even post-it because this is a lot of information. I've put a post-it. We have identified students that have, the one on the left is better. You can see it's in handwriting. We've identified students that have typed in the same font as the legislations and put it there. So we are identifying this. So please do not put yourself in a situation where you're going to be interrupted and now you cannot continue with your studies as you had planned. You're not allowed to have loose notes. There are times when loose notes are a genuine mistake, where you are writing, or you are studying rather, and you make notes and you put your notes in your book and you're like, yeah, I'll come back to it. What you can do when you get to your venue or before you leave home, open your book, turn it upside down, and I want to demonstrate. I don't have the things, but just, hey, yeah, nikute, like ikutani, the thing, let the things come out. Okay, so shake the book. That's English. Thank you. Shake the book so that whatever is contained in that book that you might have forgotten comes out. Do not let us be the one to find, now you're writing your page and then we see loose notes. These are loose notes that were found during an exam. So the policy allows you to bring certain books. When you start studying, you know that you have a long list of books that you can use to help you to study. And when in our learning materials, we will refer you to those books. You can't bring all those books. Only the SAICA handbooks are allowed at the venue. I've put a picture of the most recent ones. So you've got the tax volumes, which is volume 3. You've got the accounting volumes, which I think is volume 1, and the auditing standards. For MAC, there's nothing. There's nothing for that module. For level 2 CTA, because there's integration for test 4 and for the exam, you are allowed to bring the other books, but it doesn't give you an opportunity to now write MAC things in the other book. You can bring them so that you can have your books for the integration that we have for those assessments. The books you're not allowed to bring, these are just an example. So I've got the 2 MAC books there, and I've got silk. You're not allowed to bring silk. You're not allowed to bring Drury. You're not allowed to bring the management accounting book. So nothing from MAC is allowed to be brought to the venue. Before I end, I just want to take me back to the first slide. If you look at the very last bullet, it is in bold. It is important that you are aware of this. Any contravention, you are being referred, it's a hyperlink to the Student Disciplinary Code and the guidelines for the disciplinary hearing. So we're telling you to go to where you have problems. This is where you must go to. You don't have to email us. It will tell you what the process is. Are there any questions? Chair, please excuse me. I would like to take questions before I'm excused from. Thank you.
I think you can go ahead and take questions. I'll ask this one at the end.
Okay, thank you. Is there somebody who can give me the questions? Thanks, Ayanda. The heading, if I go to the second or to the first example, so in this case, the heading is amounts to be taken into account. You're allowed to write the headings, but not the very long version, not the many words. So in this case, we just chose the word trading stock. This section, section 22, is for trading stock. So you are allowed to write headings, but just keep it short. Oh, okay. Sometimes I wish I had taken up law. Let's not try to be smart, right? The aim of the flags is supposed to help you to find your page quicker. So if you're going to choose section for section 22, you set the section number, and for section 24, you're going to choose the name, it's fine. Don't put section 22 on one flag and then trading stock on the next flag right next to trading stock. I mean, section 22. I'm not sure why you would want to do that. It doesn't make sense, but please choose one. So for that section, you only have section 22 or you have trading stock. Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions?
She asked the one I wanted to ask.
Okay, thank you so much. And apologies that I have to dash. Thank you so much, Chair. Oh, no, I think I must just not turn.
Thank you very much. So we can continue to take more questions. Even online, you can raise your hand and we'll take your questions. Just in addition to what Ms. Nasusi was saying, when you're flagging, when you're highlighting in your books, this is what I used to do when I was a student, right? I would have certain colors for certain concepts. So yellow, even today when I open my standards, yellow is definitions. Blue is in text is for, what is this? What you do in text? Proviso. I used blue for proviso. And if I lost my blue, I would use purple. You know what I mean? So it just, if you are reading your standards, you will know. Hence, you don't have to say trading stock, IFRS 15. You know, if you're reading, like Ms. Matane was saying also earlier, that if you're not learning, if you don't want to learn, then why are you here? Because the purpose of being here is to learn, and the process of learning is specific. So you have to go through that process and follow it for what it is. And also trust it, because people have been through that process. I'm saying this while I'm waiting for your questions, right? People have been through that process. Some of us are us, your lecturers. We've been through the process and we made it. So can you? Yes, questions, please.
The CTA. Oh. Okay, so when do students start their training? During other studies or after the CTA or studies? So I think this is...
That's a psycho question.
Yeah.
You can see.
So it depends. We generally have a 3-year training contract that happens after you've completed your studies. However, there are instances where trainees are, completing their degrees at a university and doing the training contract, which obviously will be longer. I think it's a 5-year period. So it just depends. But generally, you would need to, complete your training or your undergraduate, and then you would move through to the training contract.
Thank you for that answer.
Thank you. There's also another one about what happens. I think this is for the proctoring from Lulekwa Cynthia. What happens if you didn't hear the beep to take a picture of ID and script, only took selfie on the Invigilator app? So I think this is...
Mr. Mulokwane. Mr. Mulokwane, are you still with us? Please answer if you can. Remember to unmute.
It's a challenge. If you fail to do it, it will also do some other checks. So it's not only one check that we do for your script or your selfies. We do other checks, the recordings, the GPS and others. So it is not a failure at all. Thank you.
Any other question? Yes, thank you.
Another one on the chat from Sibusiso Sipo Guliwe says, how accurate is the AI detector? And have there been reported cases where students are incorrectly flagged for using AI for assessments or exams?
Do you take it to proctoring as well? No, to Mr.
Mr. Tlongwane wants to first give a comment.
Thank you. I'll answer, but if Datem Lokwan or Mr. Shibambu would like to add, or any of the academics here would like to add, feel free to do so. So perhaps one thing that we've not highlighted on is the rigorous processes that we have within the college. So if the case is detected at a module level, let's say by the marker, then the lecturer in that module will still do the investigative work to then satisfy themselves that the transgression would have taken place. And then after that, it will have to go through what we call the Departmental Academic Integrity Committee, wherein now not just that lecturer, but other lecturers that are in that department will also have to satisfy themselves that there is a case for the student to answer to. And then once it has passed that, then it will go to the college academic integrity again for another process of verification. And then it will then go to the student disciplinary committee, Mr. Shibambu's committee. Then that is where it will also be evaluated and the student given an opportunity to present. So we've not had an instance, and Mr. Shibambu, please hold me accountable on this one. We've not had an instance where it has been referred back or dismissed on the basis that there's not sufficient evidence if it's the AI usage. We understand, the false positives on the AI space to say sometimes it might pick up things that are not there, but that is precisely what we look for, and we make sure that the case, as it go up the rank, then it's kind of tight and waterproof. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's anyone who would like to add on what I just said. Mr. Shibambu and Tatem Lokwane as well, you may feel free to add, and other colleagues here. Thanks.
From my side, I think you have covered it all, Mr. Tlongwane. I think you've covered it all.
Thank you very much. And also,
Mr. Mulu, I think you have covered it as well on my side. There's nothing to add, but I just want to emphasize to students. I heard one speaker says, we're in the process of learning. And I believe that for anyone studying, I always like to repeat myself to say accounting is one of those niche areas. The whole purpose of you being in an institution of higher learning is that you must generate new knowledge, and AI is not the way to go. I don't think I've had an auditor who says, no, I was sitting at KPMG, now we are using this AI tool. Yes, you might have AI tools to detect certain things, but then again, you need to come up with your own intellectual thoughts in terms of how do you come with internal controls to counter those AI tools in relation to what you are doing. And most of the cases that we have taken to DC, like that one has already alluded, most of those students have been excluded. For instance, you've got, I don't want to open this discussion because if I give you this example, there will be a discussion. But we've got instances where students will take questions from the examination questions and then dump them on a Word document and try to generate an answer. And we do pick up those instances. So like I said initially, you need to trade off in a very, very sensitive space where you say, let me shy away from AI. I'm going to be a future auditor. I will be tasked at auditing books for a bigger company. Let me just use what I've learned in my journey of learning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. What I'm picking up here from the answers that we're getting is you don't want to cause yourself an intellectual impairment where you never use your brain. Think about it like, we use navigators, right? But you still need to learn the road. Because one day when the systems are down, the networks are down, you still have to get to where you're going. So I think just about that, let's not allow ourselves to become intellectually impaired. However, AI is here. We can't shy away from it. So there's ways to work around it. And the next speaker, Ms. Mufokeng, will be taking us through that. I think I'd like to call up. Yes, ma'am. There are more questions?
Yeah, just one more on the chat.
Okay.
It says, I'm not two. Okay, I see one. I'm not sure if I understand the flagging issue. I don't want to find myself in trouble unintentionally. Can I request a one-on-one? I think this is a CTA student. Yes, and she also says, what if I write section numbers on the flag and headings? Okay, we've addressed that one. So she's requesting for a one-on-one. I think the CTA. We've got CTA lecturers here.
Yeah, and I'm one of them. I would suggest either contact one of the lecturers, with the SOAAA, is it AAA, yes, where you can request a meeting with one of the lecturers, depending on either course. The principles are the same for open book policy. So just request a meeting with any one of us in CTA. And then the next question. So we've concluded all the questions. Okay. So I'd like to call upon the stage Ms. Mufokeng to talk more about AI. Like we said, that it's here to stay, but we need to use it ethically. So she'll elaborate more on that. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's so good to be with the students. My name is Senzi. I'm just going to request IT to help me with the slides. I am a lecturer in CAS 4801, and I'm excited to be having to do this presentation. I really have to say that the room feels quite heavy, and I think our hearts are pounding after we've heard Saika firstly mentioning about ethical requirements and all the cases that they found, and then Ms. Matsani as well showing us the statistics. So today is a serious day. I have to say it's a serious day with serious consequences. Yes, with serious consequences. And I think it is up to us as students and CAs and future CAs to really think deeply about what ethics are and what does it mean to be ethical. And it's a challenge, and it will continue challenging us until we change in the little things that we do daily. So let me get to it. My task today is to advise on the ethical use of AI, and there has been instances where this has been touched on. So my work is easy. Yet a bit challenging because I am going to sound like a broken record. All right. So firstly, what is AI? What is artificial intelligence? There's this buzzword of artificial intelligence everywhere, and what is it exactly? Some people fear it, thinking that it's going to take over the world, take over our jobs, and some people actually accept it and welcome it. And some people think that it's equivalent to a human. So let's just take a very simplistic definition and very washed down of artificial intelligence, just for the purpose of a common understanding and getting through what we need to get through for the purpose of this presentation. So artificial intelligence is a set of mathematical and statistical formulas that make the nearest guess. And this was designed to mimic human intelligence. So in mimicking human intelligence, it actually guesses what the right answer would be. That was the initial or the older part of artificial intelligence when it started. And then it progressed to machine learning, where you now have layers and layers of mathematical or statistical formulas, which are called algorithms. And those layers are now able to self-learn, provided you give it the information. There's a new term now called emergent artificial intelligence, in which artificial intelligence will not require a human input, but it will sort of code itself to provide results. So there is a bit of hesitation in this, in that if humans are not kept in the loop, then who has control of these algorithms, and who is accountable of these algorithms? But before we go into the ethical side, let's start with 5 types of users that have been described by Bain, a consulting firm, and the information is from Natasha Sommerfeld and Mackenzie Griffin. And if you look at the top, we'll start from my left and look at the resounding rejecter. So initially, I found myself there, where I will not use artificial intelligence for anything. So these are people that are very skeptical about artificial intelligence and will not even touch it or look at it. It's evil. We are fearful of it. Why is it here? So those are the type of people that are resounding rejectors. But there is a transition to curious but cautious. So now this type of users or potential users are people that have not started to use AI as yet, but they look at it from a distance and they want to be cautious. I've also found myself here as I transition, and they look at it and they want to see what the risks are before they start using it. Of note, just see where you fall in. There is, if you click on the link, or if you just take a photo of the link, you can do the survey to see where you fall in as well. And then there are emergent explorers. Emergent explorers are those people that will use AI, but because of its privacy and security concerns, they are very quick to identify the biases. And I think I'm here now. They are very quick to identify the biases and the unfairness of the algorithms, and they move right along to the next application. And then we have the dabbler. The dabbler uses generative AI to learn new things and to improve their productivity and experiment with the new technology. But once their prompts are not answered correctly, then they do not trust the information and move along to the next application that would provide them with the correct information. Then we have the enthusiast. The enthusiast uses generative AI often to navigate challenges and solve problems. And these are the people who use AI on a weekly basis or on a daily basis. They use it for efficiency. And if AI does not meet their efficiency promise, then they'll try to move along in the next application. So I'd like to just drill in the type of AI that we're looking at today, which is is prevalent for our students, which is generative AI. Generative AI is able to generate text on its own, pictures, and beyond that, some coding formulas for those that are doing IT, or for our accounting students, that will be your technology-based module, AIN. So what does it mean for us to use AI ethically? I think here, firstly, we need to understand that AI is a tool. It is a tool to enhance your learning and not necessarily to substitute your learning. So there are sort of principles that we want to adhere to when we use AI ethically as an institution. So the first principle that we'd like to adhere to is the principle of integrity. And what this means, as integrity has been defined by previous speakers, but for the purposes of AI, is that AI should not replace your learning. As also Ms. Matsani said, that you are here to learn. So if you are here to learn, how would you improve your learning if the only output that you're providing to us is what has been generated by AI? So we do not agree, or I'm trying to use a stronger word. We do not, please can somebody help me? We do not agree, for now I'll use agree, we do not agree with students using generative AI to replace their human learning and to just provide the answers that have been provided by AI. The second principle towards ethical AI is transparency. As a student, you need to keep records of how you have used AI and the prompts that you have provided and the versions of the drafts and citations that you have used in terms of AI. Please be careful here, because generative AI usually does hallucinate. And what that means is that if it cannot find the nearest possible answer, it will lie beautifully. It will tell you that this author said this, and when you ask it, when you ask ChatGPT specifically of please provide me with the underlying resource, then that's where it will say, sorry, I couldn't find the resource. So please be careful. And in being transparent with your prompts, this would actually help you to identify those things so that it also improves your learning. And then the next the next principle that I'd like us to look at is honesty and disclosure. So where you have used AI, be honest of your use about AI. Provide your prompts, provide the type of AI that you have used, and also state the outputs that have been provided. In terms of honesty, AI is not a person and therefore does not have rights of authorship. I think the legal people will help me in that. So you cannot cite AI, or you cannot reference AI as an author, but you need to acknowledge the use of AI in your research or in your answers. So for CTA, it would be difficult for you to be using AI in your exam, and we encourage you not to use it because you will be flagged. But for those that are doing their honors in research-based modules, please make sure that you do state and declare, honestly declare what you have used AI for. With critical engagements, please do check the accuracy of the information provided by the AI or ChatGPT, the biases and the misinformation. So the standard that we ask you to, or the position as students that we ask you to take is, please do not trust AI for the information that it provides, but check what it gives you. Check the answers that it provides with you with, and then ensure that what you provide as your output is thoroughly researched, thought of, and synthesized. Okay. And then the other principle of being ethical, of using AI ethical, is equity and fairness. Show that AI does not reinforce your stereotypes. So, what this means is that we all have inherent biases, and in that, when we provide input to AI or we take outputs from AI, it is very possible that we also instill biases in the input or the output that we get. So in terms of equity and fairness, please ensure that how you interact with the tools is fair and equitable, and also the information that you get should also be judged if this is fair or equitable. This is a very important factor considering that we are at UNISA and we are looking at indigenous ways in which we create knowledge. And AI, obviously, the AI tools, most of them that we use are from a Western type of world. And in order for us to engage them and to learn, we need to be able to bring the Africanized way of doing things. So simple things like when you engage with AI and you identify that this type of AI always mentions him every time it provides an answer. So it's gender biased because it's looking at the male counterpart only, or it mentions she all the time it provides you with information. So correct it if you can, but when you use that information, make sure that you adjust for that as well. And in terms of Africanicity and how we use AI, there's a lot of our languages that still need to be maintained, and in that we need to make sure that although we are in English and we communicate in English, but what I'm trying to bring across is that using these types of AI application, especially generative AI, make sure that you do not use you do not lose your original language and preserve it as well. The ethical principle of accountability, this is very important. If you had to be taken to a plagiarism committee or Mr. Shibambu's committee, you can't blame the AI. That, well, it's the AI that gave me that answer, and that answer was incorrect, or that answer was similar to answers from 100 students. So at the end of the day, AI cannot be accountable because it's not human, but the student is accountable. So the accountability of what you submit and the accountability of what you do is dependent on you. And then there's privacy and security. Please make sure that you do not put confidential information on generative AI, whether it's ChatGPT or Claude AI, whatever AI application you're using, please make sure that your personal information and confidential information is not there. One of the items here that we have noted is that if we are putting all our papers, research papers in this case, or assignment papers in the tool, what do you think the similarity will be? Because AI is going to take from all those inputs and then provide similar answers to us as students. So think about it, that if I put my entire assignment in here, where does it go and who will have access to it? So be careful on what you load into these tools as well. And then there's academic integrity as well, which has been spoken to at length. So plagiarism rules apply also when you have used artificial intelligence. So what should I do as a student? Should I not use AI? So what we as an institution are saying is that AI is a tool to enhance your learning and assist in your learning, and not necessarily a substitute of your learning. So firstly, please follow up with your lecturer on instructions on how you can use AI for an assignment, if it's allowed or not allowed, because some of the subjects, the content is at sort of lower NQF levels where you have to repeat or regurgitate the information. So the use of AI would not assist you in that learning process. So please firstly check with your lecturer or your module responsible leader on how to use AI for that particular module. Disclose the use of AI clearly. I think this has been overstated. And then use AI as a support and not as a substitute for your learning. It's very important that we develop the skill of critical thinking, as is the requirement of the CA of the future. And in this, AI should not replace your thinking process. Critically review the information that you are getting from the outputs from AI and check whether the sources are correct, check whether it is not fake news, check whether everything that has been said in the output does align to what the article that you are reading or the content that's provided online is actually saying. But beyond that, the sources that AI is pulling from, also check that, because those are sources that are in the net and they could be sources also from fake news. So the checking never ends. And you also check the thinking processes of those authors that have provided you with. So if the authors themselves are biased, you are going to reference biased information. All right, so what are the wrong ways in which to use AI? So do not submit an AI-generated text as it is and pretend that it is your work. Do not impersonate or bully people using AI. So how does it help in an assignment or in the work or in the study environment? We usually have conversations, right, as students in platforms, sometimes in my UNISA, where we have open conversations. Do not use AI-generated text or AI itself to answer those questions for you. Neither use those to impersonate or bully somebody or some of your coworkers or even the lecturers, for that matters, using AI, thinking that you will be anonymous. We will find out eventually. Do not share personal and sensitive information on the system, and also be aware of the risks that AI holds. And some of them have been mentioned earlier. But what we want to do as an institution, we want to know that you are genuinely learning. So use the AI to learn and not necessarily to just take the information and make it as your own. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Mufokeng, for teaching us about the ethical use of artificial intelligence. One thing that is coming out today of all the speakers is integrity. From artificial intelligence perspective, she's redefining it to say that you should not use AI to replace, but you use it to support you in a way that the work at the end of the day, it reflects your own understanding. Thank you for that, Mrs. Mufokeng. The next speaker, I would like to call Ms. G. Vivius and Ms. C. Woolford to take us through the closed book policy. Thank you so much.
Sorry. Apologies, everyone. We just had to sort out technology. My name is Gerda Vivia. I'm one of the MAC lecturers Ayanda referred to previously. So we are talking about closed book exams today. So what does a closed book exam really mean? So a closed book exam is an assessment where you rely entirely on your own memory, understanding and problem solving skills without any external help. So shortly said, it is you and your brain and maybe a calculator and a pen writing. There's no external help from anybody else. So let's break it down a bit. So what is not permitted? Any of your textbooks, notes, pre-prepared summaries, or any of your study material. Notes that your lecturer provided or notes that you got somewhere else. Help from any other person. That means external third-party tutors. It means your other students. You cannot contact the lecturers within the exam and say, I don't understand, this is your knowledge, you need to apply it. No internet sites, search engines, or videos. We had in a previous exam a student that tried to listen to a video while answering exam. Also, no AI tools, and that means any AI tools, also embedded tools like ChatGPT, Copilot, Quillbot, Acrobatis, AI Assistant. So if a tool does something for you, meaning it summarizes the document or explains something to you, then it's an AI tool, and you cannot use it. Also, no pre-prepared templates. You can't say you still need to start with a blank page and your own understanding. What is allowed? Your own knowledge and problem-solving skills. A non-programmable calculator, then your cell phone, if you're using, for example, Invigilator app, and it needs to run from your cell phone, and accessing My Exams, but remember, some MCQs don't run properly from My Exams. Your computer, otherwise, to access your invigilation tools and accessing My Exams. And then when you're done with your exam, you can use some of your scanning and PDF creation tools to be able to submit the document. So maybe there's some items that's very module specific. So please go and have a look. Either speak to your module lecturer, but the module lecturers will tell you, or it will probably be in your exam tutorial letters that give you information about what's allowed or not allowed. So some modules do allow to MS Word to type your answers, but again, please, no templates or no pre-formatted documents. We in our module allow that the student can have their student numbers in as a header, but you cannot put in a WAC table, for example. Excel is the same thing. You can use it to do your answers and perform basic calculations. But please, no macros, no formula sheets, no preloaded templates. So you can't say, okay, this is how I'm doing a break even, and you put that information in previously. You should start with a blank Excel. And then please refer to your module lecturer or your exam tutorial letter for specific exam guidelines and permissions. Because, for example, we know AIN 3701, the coding one allows some information in. So please just check. Okay. Then again, this is not the English test. Okay. So write like you talk, as if you're explaining it out loud. Don't stress about perfect grammar, fancy wording. So please don't use paraphrasing tools and grammar checks during the exam, especially paraphrasing tools like Quillbot, because it can pick up AI. So we want your thinking and your words, not ChatGPT telling us how your holiday was. Okay, so why do we use closed book exams? Okay, firstly, it's a way to authentically test your understanding of a material and critical thinking, not just how to find something in a text. We want to know what you are thinking. Then it also helps you with a bit of deeper learning, so you can actively recall the information, and it strengthens your long-term memory pathway. So it's good for your brain. Okay, over spinach, this is also very good for your brain. Then also fair standardization. So it creates equal conditions for everybody. Because I can only use the free version of ChatGPT or Copilot, but my friends can actually buy a very expensive version. So it really creates an even playing field for everybody else. Then it's very foundational building. It develops foundational knowledge that becomes second nature. And that is very important for your advanced study because we teach you in second year about fixed costs and variable costs. You don't want to go and sit in CTA and say, what is that? You know, what do they mean with that? So you need, because they're going to talk and they're going to assume you already know that fundamental knowledge. So that's why it's important to be able to recall it. And then real world preparation is extremely important. You cannot sit in a meeting with clients or if you are the CFO in a business meeting or the financial manager and they talk about stakeholders and you think about a BRI and it's not thinking about your creditors or your shareholders. So remember, that's why it's important to have that fundamental knowledge to be able to know what they're talking about in a meeting where you're at. Sorry. And it's also not just about, you know, in your workplace. You can be at a meeting in your body corporate. And then because you're a CA, they're all going to expect from you to know some financial information. Then, okay, the big thing for us, academic integrity, why integrity matters, especially in a closed book exam. You would have remembered, Psycho already talked about this. The accounting profession is built on trust. Integrity ensures trustworthy information. We all want to look at the company and trust their financials and to know if can I invest or not invest. Then professional ethics. Accounting profession, as you've heard, demands the highest ethical standards. And your exam conduct reflects your commitment to these principles from day one. Then is a very good career foundation, and integrity is essential for your respected career. It builds your professional reputations and ensure long-term credibility and success. So you become known as a trustworthy accountant. And then on online exam integrity, in closed book online exams, your integrity is explicitly tested. It demonstrates your character, and it shows if you're ready for the profession. So if you cheated in the exam, what does it tell you about yourself? Can we trust you then later on in your career? So this is why it's so important, and so important for the lecturers as well. And then this last slide, you can see Gamma. So I've made with Gamma, that's AI. I like AI. I'm a bit of a dabbler. So this is a tool, slide created by AI. So closed books exam is not just test, they are crucial components of your academic journey. They challenge you to internalize and apply the knowledge. They build essential skills for you, for your academic and professional success, and they help you to transform potential stress into confidence and competence. And then your brain is your most powerful resource. Use it and embrace the challenge. Thank you very much.
Right, good morning. We're still at morning. It feels like it should be evening already. I want to actually welcome each and every student who has taken the opportunity to join us today, because this session is for you. This session is to help you So before I start, just by a show of hands, who in the venue are students? I just want to, oh, wonderful. Welcome. It's so good to see you. What I want to quickly, before we start, and again, by show of hands, how many of you are on a WhatsApp group or a Telegram group that is linked to your modules, your UNISA modules? And don't be shy. I won't criticize. It's really okay. So how many of you are linked to a WhatsApp group or Telegram group with other students where you discuss your module, what's happening, complain about the lecturer? That's normal. Just a show of hands quickly for me, please. Okay, great. Now, something else, I'm giving you a lot of exercise, sorry. I can't sit still, so I want you to quickly, if you've got a pen and a paper, and those of you who don't have pens and papers, I just want you to go ahead and write down, I've got 2 questions for you. 2 questions, right? Am I moving around too much? Ah, thank you. Thank you, Mlu. I really want to move around. Sorry. I'm such a lecturer, ne? Actually a teacher. So maybe my colleagues can also do this, but it's mostly for our students and even students that's online. Just join with us and do me the honor of this exercise. The first question is, write down the reason why you are studying. And please, don't tell me you want to be a chartered accountant. That's not what I'm talking about. I want to know, why are you studying? Why are you spending the time? Why are you enrolling? Why are you dedicated to your studies? What do you want to achieve with this? What is the dream, right? And the second question, who depends on you? In other words, who is in your corner? Who is your cheerleaders supporting you, bringing coffee when you're working late? I want you to write down those people's names, and I'm going to tell you why now. Okay, it doesn't have to be a thesis, it can be a one-liner. My name is Mariska Edwards, and I'm a lecturer in the Department of Auditing. And my field of expertise is internal auditing. But as many of my colleagues here, we don't just do one thing, we do multiple things. So I'm also involved with the Student Disciplinary Appeals Committee. Now, we've spoken about the disciplinary process earlier today. And what we said was that students, when they have been found guilty of plagiarism, a student is sentenced or, I don't know what the correct, sanctioned. There we go. We don't send you to jail. We just sanction you for now. So you are sanctioned, right? And then after sanctioning and after your hearing, you as a student have the opportunity to appeal your sanction. And you can appeal on 2 grounds. The first of that is if the process that was followed was not correct. And the second of that is if you believe that the sanction against you were too severe. Now, people, I sit in those meetings regularly, me and some of my colleagues. And what I hear time and time again is students pleading with us, telling us, I am the only breadwinner. If I cannot study for the next year, I cannot work. I'm a single mother, I've got 2 children. I need to complete my qualification. I've got a mom and dad, I've got my gogo and my grandfather who's paying for my studies. If this sanction will prevent me from continuing, what am I going to do? Now, people, that question, please think about that. Think about the names you wrote down on that piece of paper and think about the dream that you have. Because this decision that you make to copy, to plagiarize, will impact that. And that is what I want to bring across to you today. Most of us think that people, and there are students like that who sit and make a conscious decision to copy. And yes, there are students who do that. But most students whom we speak to will tell us, my child was ill, I didn't have time, I was under pressure, I had work stress, and that's why I did it. Students rather accept the 40% or the 30% as a mark, re-register, or come do the supplementary. Don't risk your whole career for one single exam or one single assessment. It's not worth it. Okay, that's me preaching for the day. At least none of you rolled your eyes at me. My kids would have rolled their eyes at me. Thank you. There we go. Right. Now, why the fight against plagiarism? And here I've got a TikTok star. Aren't you proud? Me too, me too. I had to really Google and use AI to get to this TikTok star. Now, what I loved about this quote is what Mr. Bukasa is saying is that having a clean brand that anyone wouldn't mind attaching their name to is important. Now, people, why am I using this quote? And something that we haven't really mentioned today is that all of you are university students. You are UNISA students. If the UNISA brand is not deemed to be a credible brand, your qualification doesn't mean anything. So you, with your lecturers, all of us, need to fight to ensure that the UNISA brand is a credible brand. And we need to protect it by ensuring that our qualification has the necessary integrity. And that's just something I want you to think about. And in a big sense, you need to be whistleblowers for this qualification. So when fellow students contact you with solutions or with providers, please raise it with your lecturers so that we can take action, because you will also benefit. Another quote that I like, Ms. Michelle Obama. She's an attorney, an author, and then former First Lady. She said, there is no magic to achievement. It's really about hard work, and I love the next one, choices and persistence. You make a choice, people. It's a conscious decision every time you write an assessment to do the right thing or not to do the right thing. And then lastly, success doesn't count unless you earn it fair and square. Very important. The hard work that you put in when you do your assessments, when you write exams, when you study, that is going to be tested in your working environment. Because this will lead to skills that you will need in your working environment. So don't set yourself up for failure by not working hard now. Then, I want to quickly address two things in this presentation. The one is contact, and the other is identification. What do I mean by contact? How does these suppliers, these people that sell solutions or exam papers or tutor, how do they get hold of you as students? And how do you know that this is an illegal connection or a illegal TA or e-tutor that is trying to contact you? And secondly, how do lecturers identify plagiarism so that you have an idea what to take note of? Now, in terms of contact, like I said before, there are very many WhatsApp groups and Telegram groups. And these two messages is what I got from two such groups. Now, I'm sure many of you had seen these types of messages before. And how would you, as a UNISA student, know that this is not a UNISA official message? When you get this, how would you know that that is somebody trying to supply you with a document that's not UNISA's? Yes. More importantly, people, I want you to look at the fact that they want to charge you. They're asking you money. When you pay your tuition fees at UNISA, that includes e-tutors. That includes a TA, a teaching assistant. So the moment you see that somebody is asking for additional money to help you, you should know this is not official. This is not part of UNISA. Furthermore, if you look to Mr. Exam, that's not an official UNISA email address. I've never met such a person at UNISA. I'm waiting for Mr. Salary because we will have a discussion, right? So in the next one, AUI 2601, experience UNISA tutors. Just for taking note, AUI 2601 does not have tutors. So when you get messages like these, speak to your lecturers, verify the information. But what happens? We are under stress, we are time delayed, and we just go for the easiest option, right? Please don't think about it. Then, look at this. What a wonderful opportunity. This is entrepreneurship at its best, right? This is another message that we get. All assessment solutions. We guarantee you a minimum mark of 80% on all your assessments. Actually, UNISA should offer this person a position. And you get a 24-hour turnaround time. And I love the part where it says, our work is unique to each student and it's plagiarism free. So what do, people? They also use AI. They put the question in AI and multiple times they then generate an answer and they sell that answer to various students. And you believe them and you buy. And I just want to ask, let's say now you pay this money and now you're unhappy because afterwards you don't get your 80% or afterwards you are flagged as a DC case. Who are you going to complain to, wanting your money back? You're not going to be able to, right? So please be careful. Here's another entrepreneur. Right? Another entrepreneur. And I don't know, but it is accredited by the National Association of Developers. So I must confess I'm not accredited with them. So yes. Right. Now, how does your lecturer identify the DC cases, the disciplinary cases, cases where you've copied, where you've used AI? We've got proctoring tools, and we've already today discussed the different types of proctoring tools. The proctoring tools allow us to listen to sound recordings, to have your GPS coordinates, to look at similarity reports, to use facial recognition. And then, believe it or not, your lecturers are old, but we can use AI too. Okay, so we take our questions and we put it into AI and we see the solutions that come up and we compare it to what you have given us. Okay, so we also have tools in hand that we can use. What are examples of what we find? We find students buy assessment solutions from third parties. That's very prevalent. They contact a third party. The third party supply them with this 80% solution that's not plagiarized, right? Then students use AI to generate assessment solutions. That's the other thing that the other students do. You don't do it, right? I'm proud to say you don't do it. The other students, I am preaching to the others. Then students work in groups. And then people, to throw us off the scent of plagiarism, right? You try the following, okay? You either, those that are out of time, they just submit the same assessment solution, right? Those of you who have more time decide to handwrite theirs, right? So the one student will buy a typed assignment, and then one other student will then handwrite the assignment because you believe that the proctoring tool will not pick up handwritten assignments. What another one will then do of your group, will be to change a few words, right? So you just shift a few words. You change the verbs, especially in auditing, where we teach you to use certain verbs for an audit procedure. So what you do is you just take an alternative verb, right? And then lastly, you change the chronological order of things. So 1 becomes 3, 3 becomes 4, 5 becomes 1, etc. Right? So by now, we know all these things. I'm going to end off by this. This is what we mean by similarity, people. These are 2 students' assessment solutions. The one is handwritten, the other one's typed. 2 students not in the same room, no connection whatsoever, and then they want to tell us that that is their own work. But it's identical. It's identical. So when we contact you and we tell you that we have a suspicion of you plagiarizing, please know that your lecturers have done a lot of research and put in a lot of effort to ensure that it really is plagiarism. We don't want you to plagiarize, and I can promise you that we don't want you to fail either. But let's do this the right way. Let's put in the effort, let's put in the hard work, and let's do this right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me take all my goodies. I sense some fairness in the whole thing, in the whole situation of ethics and what we've been discussing here. I sense fairness because SAICA will tell you, this is our code of conduct. This is what we expect you, or this is how we expect you to behave. The university will tell you, will give you guidelines so that you can follow those, so that you do not get into any trouble. So before you get into any trouble, at least you're told how things are supposed to be done. Then it depends on you whether you follow how things are supposed to be done or not. I just want to say something. In 2023, SAICA designation of the CASA was voted the best in the world. One of the speakers, I don't know if it was Mariska or if it was Gert, spoke about the brand. So the brand CASA is the brand to be recognized or reckoned with. The brand your name, is the brand to be reckoned with. is the brand to be trusted. So let's protect that. The next speaker, this one is going to be fun, I believe. Mr. Grill, are you going to make it fun? As you walk up the stage, who likes to travel? Traveling. Anyone else? Let me tell you a little story that I saw when I visited my favorite destination, Singapore. On the escalators, when you're walking up the escalators, people stand to the left. And then if I want to, because I'm fast, if I want to pass, I have free of way. See? So the point I'm making here, sorry, Mr. Green, it's my last, it's my last stage, so let me finish. May I? Thank you. So the point I'm trying to make with that is, and everything that we've been discussing is, if you look at it, ethics are a way of standardizing how we generally behave. And we may have seen that life is not easy. Who has found life to be easy? Nobody, right? So this standardization, my view is, it's helping us to behave in manners using the ethics that make life easier for everyone. Remember when we mentioned that it's the professional ethics, it's the society, that the effect on the society, on the profession, and on the public, all that. In these standardized behaviors, we make life easier for everyone. So I conclude by saying ethics can be taught. Over to you.
Right, good afternoon, guys. So we've come to the end of almost to the end of today's process, program. So, and as Juliet said, my part is fun in the sense that I must admit, when we sometimes listen to these recordings, it is a bit of fun because you do get a bit of humor in between, you hear some funny stuff. So let's maybe just listen to one recording. I hope the IT guys has it ready for us.
But what was I type? She's typing and I must type again. Why? Why can't she type one thing and then send both of us? Me and that person that she's helping. I don't know why should we have a lot of job by she type and I type again this side. How is that possible? Why can't she type one document and send both of us?
Because if you send like a PDF, rare editor file, and this thing was the Barabal major Ramalagal zone, AIN, and I got instruction of Domatumani not type. I'm already la post, and a million Borla Gamaniana, even South African. I tell you, look at Balean, like Costa Bon, that's why last year, and they got to ask and truth. I know what's the module, but while a bees. I follow the instruction. I could choose how to see fully. That's why the students are last year because all the guide are into instruction ready. And when I load this module or submit, they will submit and go on. Or come out or fail. And then I'll send a PDF more. It also got this. It also got this a PDF file. I will. Because if you send like a PDF rare editor file, and this thing was the Barabal major Ramalagal zone, AIN, and I got instruction of Domatumani not type. I'm already la post, and a million Borla Gamaniana, even South African. I tell you, look at Balean, like Costa Bon, that's why last year, and they got to ask and truth. I know what's the module, but while a bees. I follow the instruction. I could choose how to see fully. That's why the students are last year because all the guide are into instruction ready. And when I look at this module or submitted the way we submit and go on, or come out or failure, Tabagala. And then I'll send a PDF more. It also got this. It also got this, a PDF file back there. I will.
Come in if we edit here. Why the more a word document? It can't sure I.
So the try over again. Clear cut and paste in it. It's my document and so the dormala on a peg. Marank clear cut and paste. In chat that side area mufasi area. Get it to it what. In trailer the herbalizer. If a student come up with a civilian trailer, it has gone a but no one or in trouble convicted from somewhere. So try over get half of cut and paste, cousin paste. The dormala on a peg fish. In Merego, what's on or Arnachis, Catara to work.
Any problem? She's helping someone else again. But what must I type? She's typing and I must type again. Why? Why can't she type one thing and then send both of us? Me and that person that she's helping. I don't know why should we have a lot of job by she type and I type again this side. How is that possible? Why can't she type one document and send both of us?
Right, so I truly hope there's not one of you in this room or on the call that recognize your own voice now. So what we're dealing with here is a dissatisfied customer, right? So we purchased a product from one of those guys that Mariska showed you, right? Yeah, guys, so this is maybe the lighter side, but I promise you, we're maybe laughing about it now, but it didn't end up in laughter, right? So guys, maybe on the call or the guys who are here, obviously, I mean, I think it's pretty evident, but maybe just write down your thoughts on what you've learned today, what you think about that recording, and then maybe just as a last opportunity to ask any questions. If you have any questions for our presenters that are here, thank you for staying with us from, I presume, from Joburg. So thank you for staying with us for the course of the presentation. So any questions, guys, any thoughts, please just write them down on the chat. For you guys that's here, you're more than welcome just to put up your hand and ask a question.
Thank you, sir. No, I just jokingly want to say that we won't recognize your voice, so you're more than welcome to ask a question.
There's one question there on the chat, I think.
Yes, there's a question from Matusu Zama. Why was UNISA lectures not taking anymore like we used to instead of the exam tactics because it's not helping? I don't know.
I think the student is asking about the lectures that have stopped, so academics can respond whether the lectures are still continuing.
I can speak from a postgrad point of view. Yes, we don't necessarily travel to the regions anymore, but there are plenty of lectures on Teams. So yeah, please guys, just have a look out on your announcements. Stay active on MyNIS. I think all the information is posted there. Yeah, so although we're not traveling to the regions anymore, there's ample opportunity for lectures, yes.
I just want to point out for postgraduates, there are going to be exam revision classes that are going to be happening because the exams are going to be taking place from the 30th of September. So please go to your announcement on my module where you get the details of when the exam revision is happening. And you haven't seen it, just send an email to the lecturers, but we are having exam revision, and we have additional videos for any concepts that you might have missed during the year that you needed clarity on. So get going. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am, at the back.
Okay,
so let's just take this one and then we'll go to the back there.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask a question with regards to open book and closed book examination. Since they explained the importance of closed book examination, that it stretch your mind, and they want to ensure that whatever you're writing, you don't get any assistance, you exercise your own thinking capacity. So how do you ensure that more especially first-year students to third-year students, majority of their modules are closed book examination? How do you ensure that these students, when they are writing examination, they are not opening books, since, well, we are online-based institution? Thank you very much.
I'm not sure if you, I think it was part of your presentation, if you don't quickly speak to it. Sorry to put the spotlight there on you.
That's why integrity is so important, and that's why I've highlighted it. So your integrity is extremely important, but we as lecturers can also pick up when you've actually looked at your study material. And another thing is there's usually not sufficient time. So if you don't understand the concepts, because a lot of the first, second year, and third year is concept-based. So I come from costing. So there's not enough time for you to try and figure out the concept while you're writing. You need to know it, and because the time is limited for you to be able to apply it. You're actually shooting yourself in the foot. The questions we ask is also application-based questions, so it's not writing down a definition. So you're not going to look for the definition. Okay, so I think there's one thing students do. They think they can, use their study material in a closed book. You're really not going to help yourself. So firstly, so because if there's not sufficient time, you're going to run out of time. Then also the invigilator app help us, and lecturers know the study material. Many times I get the exam script and say, but I've set that question. You can see it. Because when students, because they don't understand the concept, they just wrote it down. I hope that answers your question. Not.
Nola, do you quickly want to respond to that? Or? Just follow-up question, sure.
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't want to make it a dialogue. But I feel like my question was not answered. I want like the assurance. How do lecturers ensure that the students are not opening books? Is it the examination type that they're providing, or what? Or is this form of workshops that we are telling you about the integrity, meaning like we are quite sure that you won't open your books, or there is any other measures that they use to ensure that students are not opening books?
Nolo, do you have a response? Yes.
Right? At undergrad, it's the Invigilator app, and at CTA, it's Iris. So that's part of the proctoring tool to watch you and make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. The other end, and this is the nightmare that is caused for lecturers, is when you do copy from your books, as our colleagues say, we are the ones that write the study material, right? So if I hope none of you have ever sat in a DC hearing the evidence is then presented where the lecturers now become investigators, unfortunately for us, and they present your solution and they say, lovely, we've got your solution, and then we've got what is written in the textbook, and it's written verbatim or it's almost verbatim, or we've got your solution and another classmate's solution, or your solution and Mr. Exam's solution. So remember, on our end, the onus is on us to prove that you've done it. So we are not sure that you're not doing it, but the moment you engage in it, there is a probability that you will be caught. And not every day, but we have the integrity committee, we have the DC committees, the university has taken a strong position to ensure that we do not have such high cases of plagiarism and cheating. Why? Because it impairs the quality of the qualification of the person that is honest and getting their qualification by studying. So we're doing all that we can, but we can't prevent it. We can't stop somebody from cheating. But if you do, please know that you have lovely qualified auditors waiting.
Question there at the back.
Good day. I've got a question regarding MEC. Since we've seen the statistics that it's one of the modules that there's a lot of disciplinary cases. I just wanted to ask, are you guys, I do know that there are classes, there are lectures that we do attend maybe once a week. My question is, are those classes assessed? Because I believe that if we have sufficient support from the lecturers, we can actually reduce the number of cases that we experience disciplinary. Thank you.
Jana, do you quickly want to respond? And then...
Do you want to give it?
Okay, I just want to respond briefly to that. And I think this workshop is a case in point, right? So this workshop was scheduled about 2 months ago, and we sent out an invitation on module sites, WhatsApp groups, Facebook, with RSVPs. I got 150 students saying, yes, we'll come physically. And over 500 said we'll join online. Before that was by the 8th of August, right? And we kept sending the invite to student reps, to regions. And we say, guys, they're the students, how many do we have on Teams? I've got 117, and most of them are lecturers. Some of you who are here, I had to WhatsApp. I've got a WhatsApp group on City and say, guys, you said you're coming, you're not here. And they're like, okay, quickly, I'll come. So, how many classes do you give? How many recordings do you have? Yeah, we'll see. Mac, this is a Mac people. I'm Mac. I've given classes for days. You give classes, I've had lunchtime classes because you're working. I've had night classes because you're working. You're not there. Same people are there. Weekend classes. I've traveled to Durban and have 3 students in my class. 3. All that cost. 6 in Cape Town. 20 in Polokwane. So that's why we are asking you, you are here. What else must we do? I think now we need to throw it to you as the students and tell us. You want classes, the classes are there. You want recordings. You know, one year, I actually tracked my views on my video with CTA. Before the exams, I get binge watched. They binge me. Like the numbers goes up. Like it's a series. That you can't start Meg like that. So maybe as you're asking the questions, I want to challenge you as a student, even online. Propose to us the solutions. You are on the floor. You know, I always make this analogy about the person that's watching always has a better view of the ground, the players. We were watching Chiefs the other day. This one is always missing the ball. You know, we've got a better view. So tell us, you are watching, you are experiencing these things. What do you sit there and say, ah man, these UNISA lecturers, they got it wrong. If they did this would work. We will gladly do it. Because, yes, sorry, it's not targeted on you. I think it just opened up that conversation. Okay, Busi, I'm going to give you back, but their hands also.
Can we do the gentleman there at the back and then to Nelmarie or thereafter? Ah, sorry, Nolo. You've already had your chance. Huh? Then Nolo thereafter.
Just a suggestion, something I've been doing a few programs with Renges Institute, and it's compulsory for you as a student for admission to the exam to have a minimum attended. So the minimum is around 70% of your lectures or classes need to have been attended. It's part of the conditions for you to get into an exam. Maybe add that into the policy for the institution. I don't know.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Nelmarie, and then Nolo.
Hi, I'm one of the lecturers, sorry for that loud one, one of the lecturers in the MAC department, and I definitely just want to say that we want the students to attend the classes, obviously. And then again, on maybe a question for, is the classes going to prevent you from being flagged for or identified for possible academic misconduct? You might get, like this workshop, you might get tools of how not to cheat and what we ask you not to do. But the classes itself is not going to prevent you from cheating. And remember that we don't use our classes to actually identify the students for plagiarism. It's all the lecture, what has been presented to the students today is the actual tools that we use to identify students. So we have physical evidence that students have cheated. So it's not something that we take up lightly. We don't do it because we love to do it. We hate plagiarism. We hate spending the time on actually finding students that is not acting with integrity. But we are in the College of Accounting Sciences, as been said. We are trying to teach students and help them to become possible chartered accountants or accounting members. You are supposed to be a person with integrity. So if you do attend your classes and you do have questions, please ask the lecturers for advice on the plagiarism and what we need, or send an email or call your lecturers. We are there to help you. But yeah, as I just wanted to say basically that your classes is not going to help you not to teach, not to cheat. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelmarie. Nolo, do you quickly want to come in?
Thank you. And thank you for your question. You pose a legitimate question, but I'm glad the title of this workshop is an integrity workshop. And many of the things that we addressed speak to, it's about doing the right thing, right? And beyond just the exams and assessments, if you're not able to get what you want and what you require ethically, it does not qualify you to get it unethically. You cannot jump to that point because you can't get it the right way. Therefore, you're entitled to get it the wrong way. And I think that's the question and something that our students just need to ponder. At the moment, you might be able to do it, you might get away with it, and the UNISA lecturers doesn't pick it up, and then you develop a habit, and it's the trend, and it's something that you do because you're so confident in getting away with it. And later on, you're phantom ticking. And then later on, you're so where does it stop? Because you can't get what you want ethically, you now think you're entitled to get it unethically. that's just something personally we need to reflect on. Thank you.
Thank you. We're just going to take one or two more hands from the call. Just a mic quickly, please.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, man. So we're just going to quickly take one or two calls from the call, and then we go over to you. Thanks. I can't see anything here.
Okay. Paul, Grace, you can give your question or comment on Teams. Unmute yourself.
Please just put the sound on for the call. Just the sound for Teams, please.
I just wanted to say that the students are heavily, they use it more as an opportunity to cheat because it's UNISA and it's distance. So nobody's actually keeping tabs on the students. I'm a student myself, and we see that a lot. So because a lot of people they communicate on Telegram and so on and so forth. So no, not a lot of people keep tabs on that as well. So you know.
Who's the name? Winnie, you can come through.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, you can come through, thanks.
Thank you for the session. Sorry, I think I've got something going on in the background. My question is in terms of helping students, in terms of plagiarism, when I look at it, I'm not focusing more on the cheating side in terms of the writing skills, where I believe one of the MEC lecturers mentioned now that you will find out student will take everything from the textbook as is there no way that maybe UNISA can have writing sessions from junior level where they teach students on how to write essays and stuff like that? Because I don't know, because I would assume that for some students, given the background, because we're coming from different backgrounds and the teaching models are not the same. So you cannot expect a student from the rural Eastern Cape to understand because the teaching is totally different. I don't know if my question or if I'm making sense.
Thank you. We got your question. Is there maybe somebody from the floor that want to respond to that?
No, thank you for the questions. Just for the first lady on the call. So we've noted you said that you guys are aware that there's sharing of information going on. And I just want to challenge you guys to say that this is your future profession. One, you're aware of people that are taking a shortcut while you are actually studying and doing the work. And two, this is your profession and you have every right to safeguard it. So, if you see something, say something to escalate it.
Is there maybe somebody that want to respond to the second question specifically? In terms of the writing skills?
I think the writing skills one, it's a suggestion that maybe as academics we can look into like we have in research, you'll have academic writing. Maybe we can have session that can be introduced from maybe second year, where they are really doing the application of certain principles that they've learned from your standards. So it's something that maybe as academic we should entertain and see how we can incorporate it. And within the streams of the PVAAs, in terms of how they do reports writing, that can be incorporated and be brought through to the honors level. Thanks.
Any other questions?
I can add.
So just put up your hand if you've got a question. Sorry, so go for it, sir.
No, I have a mic.
Yeah.
Okay, my question, I just want to check, is UNISA a 0% plagiarism and similarity index institution? If not, what is the minimum percentage acceptable for similarity index and plagiarism? Secondly, my question is on the tools that are being used to check similarity index as well as plagiarisms, and the validity and reliability of those tools. How reliable and valid are those tools in terms of checking? Thank you.
Ma'am, I wanted to ask, you spoke about the closed book policy. You said when you write in closed book exams or assignment, you must just use the, like we're talking to somebody, you must use that English as if we're talking to somebody. Well, I wanted to add that sometimes when writing these closed book policies, especially in auditing, maybe, for example, you want to find a sentence to say, check proof that cost-benefit studies were completed. Maybe you write, in the closed book, you write, check whether the benefits are equal to the costs in the organization. And you're like, this sentence, will I get the mark that I have to get? You're like, let me just rephrase. You're like, okay, examine. Yeah, examine is better. Then you're like, examine if the cost-benefit studies were completed. So like, that building pressure of making sure that you write the sentence as perfect as possible, it comes up because you're like, I want to get that mark. I'm striving to get that mark for my essay or my answer. And that build-up of pressure of grammar comes in. You're like, I want to make... So I didn't know that, you wanted us to talk as if we're talking to somebody, but like that pressure still remains that, no, I want to exceed in this.
Anybody that specifically want to respond? Lou will respond to the first question quickly.
Thank you, Busi. Let me see if Prof. Khatlish is still here on research. Okay, yes, I think it's more on research, my brother, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, the Turnitin similarity index, I think the acceptable one, the last I checked, was 10%. So anything that is more than that, we start being concerned. Remember, we ideally would want it to be 0%, but because there's like what's the references, the referencing style, so we take into account that would probably be where the similarities are supposed to be. And remember, we are not supposed to quote verbatim, but the senior academics here will assist me in terms of the exact number, but I know it's 10%. And then in terms of the undergraduates, we do use Turnitin as well. And we also use the similarity report from the Invigilator app. So But what we stress, and this is now from the Academic Integrity Committee, what we stress is that don't just take that and then say, look, this student have copied. So you need to still investigate, look at whether are they really similar. Not necessarily because we don't trust that process, but there's not a single report in the undergraduate cases that will just tell us about the similarity index. No, we don't want that. We want you to have sat down and you've done an investigation and concluded that, yes, there are similarities. But Prof. Khatlisi maybe can assist me here on the research, what's acceptable threshold on the turn it in. What's the acceptable percentage? So if you can just maybe respond directly. I was touting the 10% there, but please confirm.
Sorry, I just also want to add, in terms of similarity reports, what we do in undergrad, especially for auditing, because as the student has indicated, there will be a certain number of similarities when you compile an audit procedure, an audit objective. So what we do, we don't follow a guide, or we don't have a fixed similarity percentage for our exams. What each lecturer does is to look at the question paper, and then based on the question paper and the type of questions that is asked in that paper, we then decide on a similarity percentage. Because sometimes what you would need to do is to use from the case study information, right? So you will take information from the case study and you will apply that in your answer. So yes, there will be similarities, and therefore we don't have a fixed agreed upon percentage for each exam. It will basically change based upon the questions that is being asked. And it is like Mr. Shlongwane has indicated, we look at the similarity percentage and then further investigate. We look at each and every case. We don't just blanketly say DC case. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to add, it also depends on the module. So, for example, in MAC, we usually ask, and I think the students will know, we ask you business risk or environmental factors. And a student that think independently from somebody else will not have the exact same ones as the other person. And so then the similarity percentage will drop to 0. Because if I give you a scenario, you're not going to think the same thing about certain things, and you're not going to have the same 3. So it is also module dependent. And then about writing, yes, but also remember, when we talk about write as you speak, remember there's also terminology. Fixed cost stays a fixed cost. You can't. So please remember there is terminology that you need to use in your professional speak, that you need to use at the end of the day. But we don't, because sometimes students use words we had to go and look in the dictionary. Google. We have no idea, and then you can immediately see it's not your own language. Thank you.
All right, guys, we're only going to take one more question, and that's from the chat.
Yes, so is Ms. Busisiwe Precious Ngadi? Please unmute.
Good afternoon to everyone. I just wanted to comment. There's a gentleman that suggested that attendance of classes should be made compulsory. And I think, yes, it would work, but it won't benefit us as students if you don't take that step and that responsibility of making sure that you attend classes, you understand what's done in class, you consult. If you make the classes compulsory, I'm a mom, I'm a sister, I'm a wife, I'm an employee. So sometimes you have the 6 o'clock class that clashes with me having to start cooking. I'll put on my headphones and listen to the class. Am I benefiting 100%? No. So I think the onus would be on us students to make sure that we attend classes, we understand the work, and if we don't understand the work, we consult. And then in terms of the lectures, there was a comment here on the chat that sometimes lectures would come to class and just read the solution. And that is sometimes not beneficial to us, especially if we don't understand the concept. And my suggestion would be if we do those evaluations at the end of the class, because normally lecturers rotate. So I've missed out on whatever concept the lecturer was trying to explain there, that we do have, I'll call it a recovery class, or whenever we're doing revision, where we go back and touch on those classes where the response showed that there was a lack on the lecturer's side. Thank you.
Thank you for those good points. Guys, I think that's it for what we have time for. Thank you very much for the insightful questions. If there are any other questions from a student's perspective, please reach out to your model lecturers. We are always there to assist. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Krel. Yeah, I think we have reached almost at the end of our program. One thing I've taken today, and I would like to leave our students with a quotation from Jack van Wyk. He was a former lecturer of University of Free State. He's into business now. So on his article, he speaks about professional citizenship, since we are all aspiring to become professional as our students in the future. So I would like to say, with the words of Jack van Wyk, to say, wear your professional citizenship cape and remember that in this grand theater of your career, you have the power to make a positive impact. And just like a superhero, your actions today can shape a better and brighter future for all. So with that, I would like to call Mr. Mlungisi Hlongwane to do the closure for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, students. Yeah, you are all our colleagues. Students, you are all our colleagues. I see Ntate Ket there, the UCAS leader as well. Thank you for your presence, and thanks to all the students that are here for honoring this invitation. Without the presence of the students, both physically and online, it would not have been a success. As introduced, my name is Mlungisi Hlongwane, and I am the chairperson in the College of the Academic Integrity Committee. I think I'll just use that description for now. So I would not really want to spend a lot of time. I actually made notes of the colleagues as they were making various presentations here. Let me just do what I was called to do, and that is to thank everyone that has participated in the program. Let me start with the students. Thank you so very much for your attendance. We really appreciate it. Must say, quite disappointed with the turnout. As it was indicated earlier, that we had 150 students who had committed to come. And I know that I'm now talking to the wrong crowd because you are here. But this is also one area where we would really like to partner with you students, and that is to mobilize, that is to socialize this type of interventions, including the classes that we have. Please make sure, because they are made for you. So we should not only see you during those sessions with Mr. Shibambu, which is not the friendly ones. So we want to see you in such friendly conversations. So thank you so much again, students, for sacrificing your time, and those that are online for sacrificing your data. So I would also like to thank my program directors for doing a stellar job in driving this program. We really appreciate it. I often joke and say the CODs are watching, therefore, thereby the academic citizenship, these people must be getting the 5s and the 4s. Yeah, so that they smile all the way to the bank come the bonus times. So thank you so much. I really appreciate Jubilant and Papa Tle. We really appreciate your service. Dr. Tlaguti for doing the opening and just again highlighting the importance of having this type of discussion and why we need to uphold the academic integrity. Also to Ms. Natasha Sopal from SAICA, really appreciate the presentation that you made around ethics. And also I think what was the key theme there was just don't think about yourself. Don't be selfish in your thinking. It must also be about others. So it might be an immediate thing to say, I want to attain this degree. But the bigger picture, you also need to think about that. And to Ms. Alicia Daniels, we really appreciate you being present here. And I do believe that our students understand that the fight that we are fighting, it's not only a UNISA fight, but it's a professions fight. You know, it doesn't start with VPS. It starts with the smaller nyana things that we do here. So we really appreciate you taking time and just coming to share with us. And also, what is it that you do at SAICA and how serious you take such cases? And I saw you presented some cases of academic dishonesty that has been dealt with at SAICA level. So students, is it really worth it? And I think that's what Mariska was also saying. Is it really worth it? So I would like to thank you for that. Mr. Shivambu, thank you so much for outlining the stance of the university and the processes as well. And Ntate Molokwane on the proctoring tools, we really appreciate that. I think Ms. Matsana also painted the picture of where we currently are as the college in terms of the numbers. Students, it's not a good picture. And to Ms. Neswiswi as well, we really appreciate you taking through what it means, you know, the open book policy, the limitations as well. Ms. Mufokeng on the AI, to say how do we embrace it, but how do we still become ethical in the usage? And on the closed book policy, or the closed book exams that we have, thank you so much, Gerda. We really appreciate that and the examples that you provided. Ms. Edwards, the mother in you, I saw it coming out. So it's again, the message, is it really worth it? You know, so you also just want to be proud of your hard work when you get that qualification. And again, the president of UCAS here was recently graduated. And it was a proud moment, say, you know, because you know that you've worked hard for it. So we want that. We want you to work with pride, but also think about the other students. To say, if I cheat, it's not just me, but it's the other student. There was a lady, I don't know if she's still a politician or she's a former politician, who made remarks about the UNISA selling qualifications and whatnot. We know that's not true. But imagine if really that was the case. What about us who possess the UNISA qualifications? We are doomed. So as you take that step, it might be for a selfish reason, but think about the other people as well, the good students. So, yeah, and I think I just, Mr. Grimm, I would like to also thank you for facilitating our session and playing that video. And I saw everyone just, you know, laughing to say, these are the realities. It's not something that, you know, we're just making up. So, yeah, I would like to end by saying, and I would like to quote or paraphrase what Mariska was saying. Academics don't wake up every day and want to flex students. That's the last thing they want to do. But they also equally have a responsibility to uphold the integrity of the qualification. So these people spend over 50% of their time not teaching, but preparing cases of academic dishonesty or reports. That is not fair to the students that are not cheating, to the good students. You know, Jack van Staden says, we seem to be sacrificing good students for bad students. And we don't want to be in that position. So it's my plea, let's partner, students, on this one. Let's fight this war together. If you are alerted of instances, and again, I keep referring to the president of the UCAS, he does do that to me and say, look, this is what I've seen. And that's what we want from every student, to say, let's fight this together. And in those platforms, let's call each other out to say, no, don't do that. You are sabotaging us as well. So that is just what I wanted to say. I know that I've made a speech, but it's an appeal. Let us not have this kind of discussions, man. Let's have discussions about the lectures, to say we want more lectures that we can take. This is how you can change how you deliver the lectures. Let's have those type of discussions, not this one. At least not from the accounting professionals of the future. That's not what we expect. So with those words, colleagues, I'd like to invite everyone to the lunch in that area outside. So yeah, you will have to be wearing this thing. Otherwise, you're not going to get served there. So thank you so much, colleagues. And let me also just, thank my colleagues. Ms. Matsane here. Oh, okay. Sorry, there's a request again, students, that before we go out, we have a group picture with all your academics that are here. But I wanted to say, let me thank Ms. Matsane and the team from Quality Assurance Office. Let me thank the departmental AIC chairs. Let me thank the QA reps who put together this event. Without them, it would not have been a success. So we really appreciate that. Let me thank all the academics that took their time again and attended this. Shows the commitment that they have towards this pandemic, as Dr. Hlaguti called it, that we are dealing with. So yeah, I'm not sure in terms of the arrangements of the picture. Can we all, maybe let me get on this outside. Okay, so the picture will be outside. Let's start with the picture and then we'll engage in the festivities. Thank you. Oh, no, I made a mistake, sorry. To the audiovisual team, no, thank you so much for the amazing work that you did. We really appreciate it. You always come through for us. Really appreciate it.